first of hopefully many North American Spring Wixoss ceremonies hosted by Carta Magic Ottawa. I will be your commentator, MC, host of the day, Hellfire. Just give us a few more moments and we will have our round one here featured. While you're at it, folks, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Help us out. It would help us out greatly if you could. Otherwise, please follow to receive updates whenever Carta Magica goes live with all your TCG streaming and large tournament gameplay.
this or just straight 5?
Uh,
We are live with round 1. We've got an interesting selection here today. We have a Dream Team deck featuring Akino, Anj, and Lion versus Diagram Musica. We see the Akino player opening with 2 Kogetsune Marus. Kogetsune Maru is a excuse me. Kogetsune Maru is an alternative option to most of the sticky signy that exists in the game that gets another 4K so long as it sees another signy on the field. So both of these are sitting at 7K respectively, which Diagram's going to have a decent bit of time to deal with, since most of their stuff at level 1 and level 2 can't outright get rid of 8,000 power. Or 7,000 power, sorry. We will not see Cyrth attacking first. As in the game, it is impossible to attack first. We'll see the Diagram player starting out with a Ball-Doomed Evil. Ball-Doomed Evil is necessary for the game plan of Musica, wanting to have multiple cards in trash for its effects. So it will get the mill 3 off. We'll see an Imp, looks like a Dark Energy, and a Cobra Zly that got milled, and also open up with another Imp. So go straight to attacks here. We'll see the ball take a hit an Athena out of Cyrith's Life Cloth, and a Lurig attack. Imp foregoing the attack foregoing the attack since it cannot get over the 7K, but we'll see the Imp get vanished off of Stand Up. Stand Up Life Burst does return a target up signy to the opponent's field. So since the Imp did not attack, it was the prime target. Now having 2 lanes open for Cyrth and his attacks. We'll see a grow from Cyrth into MC Lion Dig. Dig will allow him to replenish his hand a little bit. get some cards for options. We'll see him grab a Chandelier and a Zhao Yun. Chandelier will probably be used later in the game. The Zhao Yun can be useful against his matchup since it cannot be targeted by his opponent's level 1 and 2 Signy, meaning it dodges all the power buffs. It dodges not power buffs. It dodges all the power debuffs that can be dished out as the next turn, meaning it's more than likely going to stick around unless it does get removed by his opponent's Rigs. We'll see 2 straight swings here. We'll see a Lan Ling, 2 Lan Lings come out of the Life Burst, or out of the Life Cloth, and with a Bao finishing up the damage. Unfortunately, Bao chooses not to activate the Ball Life Burst, sort of a way to preserve Enter, since his later game will be a little more Enter heavy. So we see the grow into Magica 2, paying the cost with a Lan Ling. And it looks like a little decision making here, having to deal with 2 7k walls and the Zhao Yun with Signy Shadow. So it looks like we will see the grow into Sangha Swing. Sangha Swing will make use of the cards in Eternal Edge's trash in order to get 2 Enter Charge, which offers a little more selectivity for color fixing compared to a normal Enter Charge off of top of deck. It also looks like we'll be seeing the grow into Magica Float. Magica Float will allow him to filter cards out of his hand for 3 more off the top of his deck, which allows him to get rid of cards he can't really use at the current moment and replenish his hand size a little bit, or to draw into Servants, seeing he's currently behind in Life Cloth, 4 to compare to Cyrith's 5. Now, we see a little bit of thinking going on here with the diagram player. Again, having to deal with 2 7k bodies and a Signy with Shadow that ignores all of his level 2 and higher cards. It does put his deck at a little bit of a downside. It's the only thing that can really be affected by his neg powers is the Kogetsu Nimaru. So the only true way to break this board would probably be to play Enervating Melodies if he has them, since it does reduce the power by 8k since he's diagram. We will see Trouble played, which is a straight pay 2, draw 3, maybe looking for the cards he needs in order to break this board. The other option that the diagram player does have to break this board would be Fragarchs. Fragarchs could deal with the Kogetsune Marus to a degree to allow him to power over, probably not be able to remove immediately, but will allow him to clear those off the field so he doesn't have to deal with them later. And we'll see a Musuzaku played on the left hand slot for the diagram player. Musuzaku will allow him to recharge some of those resources that he has spent throughout the turn for the trouble, for his grows, etc., etc. It does not get over the... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong screen. It does get tie the Zhao-Yun, so he does clear the Zhao-Yun lane. We see the Kiyosumi played, not opting to rearrange any of Cyrith's board, since the Kiyosumi does get over in the slot that is in front of. There's no real need to rearrange the board since the diagram player can clear the Kogutsunomaru in center and the Zhao-Yun on the right hand side. So, fun little tidbit: if you aren't familiar with Wixoss, attacking lanes do win if they are tied. So yes, Kogutsunomaru, in the case of a tie, say the Musuzaku and the Zhao-Yun were tied, Zhao-Yun only being 2k, the Zhao-Yun would be vanished off of the attack of Musuzaku. So we'll see the ball swing in. There was enough power reduction to reduce the since the other two did get cleared, the Kogutsunomaru did drop down to 3k, allowing the ball to get over. We'll see a life burst of Haniel activating, adding a Arc Gwyn to hand. And with the Lurig attack over, it is now Cyrith's turn. Arc Gwyn is a fantastic option against this deck simply because of the shadow ability it has on defense, meaning it's going to stick around more often than not due to the fact of not being able to be cleared. And we see the final grow for Cyrith center into Akino Bound for Valor. So Akino's once per game is quite interesting in a sense of you have to give up a guard in your hand in order to return 2 slots on your opponent's field back to their hand, which works out fantastic given white doesn't really have a lot of board clear to begin with. He does forego the he does have to forego the team ability since he is not running no limits. We'll see the grow into Assist Ange level 1, the first edition, which allows him to clear a lane so long it is level 2 or less. We'll also see a Chandelier played in center, a Michael played in left, and a Flight played in right. Chandelier, so long as he has spells, anything he vanishes with it does not go to enter, denying his opponent those resources absolutely from being able to deny his opponent from getting those resources, which doesn't really matter much in this since he does have a decent amount. Flight's ability will activate. He checks the top 3 cards of his deck for a spell, which he would be, in this case, looking for cards such as Good Dig, Stand Up, or a Shade of Bravery. We'll see the Lurig swing with Akino. Does he have the Servant? He does have the Servant for the guard. With that, it will now be the diagram player's turn. The Michael doing its job against Musica in a degree, as we will see, which we'll discuss as he goes to the level 3 grow. Michael does give the Chandelier an extra 3k power, so long as it is in the left-hand slot, making that Chandelier 16k and relatively annoying to deal with. We'll see the grow into Musica Vogue 3. Musica Vogue 3 continuously gives the center slot of the opponent's field minus 2,000 power, now putting that Chandelier only to 14k, which is still a respectable wall to get over. Not since most of diagram lists do not have acts quite the best access to 12k Signies outside of their Landlings and Phalaris. They're going to need to burn a decent amount of resources to get that Chandelier off of the field. So it looks like there's just a little over 10 to 15 cards in the diagram player's trash. So not many effects do go off of having 15 in trash. However, I don't think it'll be that much of an issue if they are not running any graveyard effects. The only thing they would really need to focus on for this current turn is to try and break that Chandelier. Otherwise, it is going to continue to be a problem, as it will constantly be denying resources to the opponent. A play that can be done here, since the case of not being able to get over any of the walls, is to field as many Landlings as possible and maybe go for the salvage the future piece or team piece to mill the opposing player's deck out completely to deal points of uncancelable damage in a sense. Since if you run out of deck in this game, you are forced to take your trash, shuffle it, turn it to a deck, and put the top card of your life cloth into trash, meaning you won't get any of the life burst effects. You won't get anything. You won't even get the resources off of it. We'll see the play of Dark Energy, getting rid of flight off of the opponent's field, and also activating its once per turn ability of gaining 1 enter when any Signy on his opponent's field reaches 0 power. So we won't see that ability anymore, at least on that specific copy of Dark Energy. However, if he is able to play another and clear more on his field by reducing their powers to 0, we will see it again. Unfortunately, the diagram player only has enough limit to play up to 6 total levels of the front row, so at most we can only see a level 2 and a level 1, so we won't have to worry about another Dark Energy being played unless he grows either of his assists, which unfortunately, if I'm estimating correctly, he does not have anything that really helps him out in main phase. We'll see Azure Black Gaia played for the piece. Azure Black Gaia offering a bit of a safety net for the diagram player as their opponent has to discard 2 at random, which can help them out by getting rid of servants, and they'll get a salvage up to 2 target Signy where the levels are equal to what is discarded. So we'll see a Shade of Bravery and an Arcwind discarded at random, so the diagram player can only salvage a total of 3 levels off of 2 cards. So we'll see either 2 level 1s, a level 1 and a level 2 Signy, or if he wants to forego being able to add 2 cards, we'll see a level 3. Key pieces probably here would be a Lanling or another Dark Energy to help reduce power levels. We'll see him grab the Dark Energy off of the Azure Black Gaia. It's quite an interesting play, if he doesn't have any more in his hand. We'll see the once per game activated for Magica Vogue, returning any of the level 1 diagram Lyrigs back to the Lyrig deck to reuse. So we'll see the reuse of Sangha Swing, putting another 2 cards back into his enter. Again, still having to deal with the Chandelier that is currently 14k in center, 16k from Michael and the spell portions, but because of Magica's continuous ability, reducing Chandelier by 2k, putting it at 14. So we'll see Rise into Ana Mirage. Ana Mirage is a... So how Rise is in the game, it has to be played over a Signy, so you can't just freely play this. So we'll see a reduction of 8k done to the Michael, getting rid of it on the field. Now putting the Chandelier at 11k. Which is now a lot easier to manage. You still need a 12k Signy in the center in order to deal with it, unless you are able, unless the opposing player has a Kiyosumi in hand, they can use the Kiyosumi to rearrange the Chandelier in front of the Ana Mirage. And since, again, attacking Signy win the power race, will get rid of the Chandelier completely. But it does not seem like they have the Kiyosumi in hand for use. This is probably trying to debate on what their next best option is, whether to just put something in the field to prevent damage and force resources out of the Akino Dream Team player, or to see what else can be done. We'll see the last piece played out of the diagram player for Salvage the Future. Salvage the Future, when the Lurig attacks, can either mill the opponent for 15 cards off the top of their deck, or allow the diagram player to grab 3 Signy that do not have guard from their trash to waiting room. From their trash to hand. So if there's less than 15 or less cards in Cyrith's deck, we will potentially see one whole refresh penalty damage taken, which again means that is a life burst that is not happening to disrupt Eternal Edge's board. Otherwise, we will unless there's impossible, that is how he will guarantee that we get the refresh. Landling type Gray can mill either player 5 cards when it's played, or when it's attacked, so long as you are playing Team Diagram. Since we do see Team Diagram, that ability is active. And he'll forego the minus... It looks like he'll be foregoing the minus 5k power reduction. So, and we'll also see... Also, given the fact that he cannot deal with the Chandelier... And here we have it, Xeno Cluster, the way to deal with if your opponent is burning your enter or forcing you to discard cards. So we did see the discard 2 off of Azure Black Gaia, but because of that, it triggered Xeno Cluster, which allowed Cyrith to just draw 3 cards. So we got 1 card additional on top of the additional. We'll see a Servant triggered out of the life burst, adding another Servant to hand to prevent Lurig swings here. We'll see a Yaikiri burst, and with the attack here, the attack trigger will happen first, so the rest of the deck will go into the trash. 7, 8, 9 cards. Unlike other card games, this damage, if you run out of cards when resolving an ability, you don't continue resolving the ability afterwards. The effect will fizzle, and after it is fully resolved, only then will you refresh your deck. So if there were more abilities attached to that afterwards, that involved cards in deck, they would not happen since there is 0 deck. We'll see the Zhao Yun taken off of the refresh penalty, and the Servant to prevent the last life cloth of damage. And here we'll see the restand, the draw. I don't think he'll go for the enter. He does enter charge a Kogitsune Maru. not really useful at this stage of the game. And we'll see the grow into Anj. Level 2, I believe that is the original. Anj level 2 original. Or, sorry, Anj level 2, yes it is. So he can send a level 2 or less on the opponent's field into trash. And return target Signy on opponent's field to his owner hand. So he's going to put the Ana Mirage back in his opponent's hand. It gets rid of the dark energy that is attached to the Ana Mirage to trash. It does not go with it. We'll see a Chandelier played into a Good Dig. Good Dig will allow Sairth to check the top 7 cards of his deck for 2 Signy. Unfortunately, he doesn't get to add 2 cards specifically since he is not playing Team Card Jockey. But either way, the ability to add 2 off of the top 7 is nothing to laugh at. So we'll see the Haniel played, digging another 3 to look for a level 2 or less Signy to be able to offer some resistance to this field, or to just filter out the deck for better options later in the game. He does have an abundance of Enter to deal with. He might be looking for a copy of Machao to get rid of the Lan Ling and send it straight to trash to open up 3 lanes on the opposing field to fully clear out the remaining life burst. We'll see once per turn trash on the center Chandelier for a Arc Gwyn. Arc Gwyn will have Signy Shadow on defense, which doesn't really help out on offense, but it does prevent it from being targeted later in the game, and looks at the top 3 for any, similar to Haniel looking at top 3 for a Signy. It'll look at top, but only for level 2. It'll look at top, it'll look at top 3 for any Signy. We'll see Shade of Bravery casted on Haniel. Shade of Bravery is a interesting pick for this, because while it does give the Signy 5k power and shadow at the cost of its abilities, it also at the cost of cannot attack. So we won't see any damage being done off of this Haniel, but it cannot be targeted by anything this turn and into the opponent's next turn. Is a way to keep a card on the field and outright just deny that damage, since right now Sairth is currently behind in life cloth damage. He needs to focus on keeping his board alive. We'll see the level 2 Sangha played out from the diagram player. Sangha Shake negates all attack, will negate the only 2 Signy attacks that he can deal, or sorry, the next 2 attacks in general that Sairth can deal with. So that Arc Gwyn is not able to deal the damage. That Chandelier's attack will not kill the Lan Ling, since the attack does end up being negated, meaning that the only form of damage that is going to go through here will be Akino's Larig attack. Does Eternal have the guard? He does have the guard to prevent the damage. Now we're quite in a situation here for the diagram player, as he does have 2 sticky slots off of the Arc Gwyn and the Haniel, both having shadow. So the Chandelier is the only what's the word I'm looking for here? Chandelier is the only way that Eternal can go for a game-ending swing here, as any of the level 2s that currently exist for Madoka would not really clear that slot, or they're too costly to clear that slot. So unless Eternal can get rid of that Chandelier, it looks like Sairth will be living we'll be able to have another turn here. We see Eternal debating on what he needs to do here. Lines of play that I would probably go for is force the tie at least with an Ana Mirage if he has, since he does have the Ana Mirage in hand in order to deal with. We see the dark energy played and the cost paid to reduce Chandelier down to 8,000 power. And the grow into Ana Mirage. The Ana Mirage will reduce the remaining 8,000 power on the Chandelier, vanishing it, opening the lane up for direct damage. Now, seeing as we have, excuse me, seeing as we do have one more grow that we can see from Cyrth in his Lyrigs with the MC Lion. Oh, what is this? We see Phalaris. Phalaris is an interesting choice here as to mill decks out. It does require him to rest both of his Signy, so he can't, not Signy, both of his current standing Lyrigs, so we'll not see another Phalaris play this turn, but whenever Phalaris vanishes a Signy, the opponent has to mill 10. We'll see Fragark played in the remaining slot, probably just to keep the lane protected. Since it cannot target anything, it can't kill anything. We see go into attacks, and we see the grow into MC Lion Disrespect. Now, this card in general will save Cyrth from his eventual demise. He will target off the Ana Mirage to keep his one remaining life cloth and discard another 2 to, I'm going to assume, prevent Phalaris from attacking and milling his deck since he does need cards. He does have the Servant to prevent the last remaining. He does have the Servant to prevent the last the Lyrig attack and will go into his turn. Will he enter charge here? He does have enough cost to pay for a Machao if he does have it. Otherwise, he will forego the enter charge. And oh, sorry, he did enter charge the Haniel. I did not see that. We'll see Chandelier and a Machao played. Machao has the ability, so long as he has one or less life cloth, it gets an extra 3,000 power, and during opponent's turn, Shadow Signy, unable to be targeted by any effects, and with a hefty cost of 2 white and 3 colorless, can just straight up trash something on his opponent's field. Now, the play in this sense would probably have been to pay the cost to get rid of Phalaris, but we're going to see the grow into Madoka Clap. The clappening is happening. We'll see one Signy get downed, the Chandelier being downed. Will we see the additional cost to down the rest of his field? I don't think we will. We won't be able to see the pay for the pay 3 to down target Signy, but we will see the discard 2. It looks like we will see the discard 2 to down another Signy on his opponent's field. We'll down the Arc Gain. Leaving the Machao is the only thing that can attack this turn. He won't attack with the Machao. Force the guard out of the hand with the Servant going into the diagrams next turn. Diagram does not have a lot of options to play with here. They do not really have the enter to go for multiple power reduction abilities. So the only real play they can do here is to attempt to break the chandelier again. Since the Machao and the Archwing cannot be targeted, the chandelier is the only out for Diagram to deal with, or for Diagram to deal with that last bit of damage that needs to be done. So if they can't break this chandelier and if Cyrth has another guard in his hand, we will see Cyrth living on the edge at 1 life cloth remaining. We'll see the once per turn trash done for Ana Mirage. Just the clear, looks like we'll see it. Debating here, it looks like he will not go for it. Instead, opting to keep the Ana Mirage. Will he instead get rid of the Phalaris? Or will he get rid of the Friggar? Oh, he's going to go for both the Friggar and the Ana Mirage. Playing a Lanling. Paying the additional to reduce the chandelier by 5,000 power. Since that is the only valid target, the Lanling can get rid of the Machao, force mill. Otherwise, the only potential way for the Diagram player to also win here, one I looked over, is milling out Cyrth's deck to get rid of that last life cloth before the Larig swing. Because if Cyrth does not have the guard in hand, that will be game. Otherwise, we'll see a rise into Ana Mirage. Ana Mirage does not have the enter. Not even opting for the slot here. The Phalaris will vanish the Archwing, and we'll see just shy of milling out the deck completely for Cyrth. It looks like 1 card remaining. So unfortunately, that was time of round, meaning if that was time of the round, and that would be the last turn for Eternal Edge. So this last turn here we'll see if Cyrth can beat Eternal Edge here. Otherwise, it will end up being a double loss for both players, which is quite unfortunate in such a wonderful tournament. Seeing as Cyrth has not activated Akino's once per game yet, if he did decide to save a servant in his hand for Akino once per game to clear the last 2 slots on the field and present lethal, since the Diagram player cannot deal with anything on his board, there is a servant, so we will more than likely see Akino's once per game done here to bounce the remaining slots here. We'll see end of the turn played just for the salvage option. Returning, we'll see Machao played. Machao's effect will not be used since Akino's once per game will remove the remaining 2 slot. Will open up the remaining 2 slots on the opposing player's field. So now comes the real question is, does the opposing player have the remaining servant to brick the last Larig attack? But we will see a life burst for Enervating Melody. Enervating Melody's life burst will get of Archwing completely. Machao swinging in to deal one more damage. Landling will be added off of the Ana Mirage. Akino will swing in, get that last life burst, hit that last life burst. We'll see the Enter Charge from Kiyosumi. And it looks like that will be the end of this round. Oh, looks like they will be opting to finish. I'm guessing I must have my time off just by hair. I will adjust that for the next round. So all that needs to be done in this case, Eternal Edge would just need to play a card in center, get the swing in, and that will be his win. So that will be the end of round 1 here today, with an exciting matchup from exciting and interesting matchup. The White Wall deck did hold up on its own, but unfortunately could not break through the Life Burst lottery to prevent to get the game winning swing in with the Akino. So we'll be back shortly with round 2. So if you haven't done so already, please subscribe and follow to the channel. It will help us out tremendously if you do. And give us about, say, 5 minutes, and we will be right back with round 2. Sorry about the late return here, folks. We are back again with round 2 of the Spring Wixoss Ceremony, hosted by Carta, Magica. And round 2, we have here Magica Diagram versus Hirana No Limit. Two entirely different decks here, one focusing on a freeze strategy and another focusing on just dealing damage and dealing damage fast. Already off of the first turn, we see a Neon Tetra played, which unfortunately does not help out, seeing as Magica player did go first. Well, into the No Limit turn, we will see a Nobunaga enter charged off of out of hand with a Romail to lead out the charge. Romail will pay the cost to remove the Neon Tetra from field, opening a lane for direct damage here. There's one thing that No Limit does and does well. It is clearing slots to get those last bits of damage in. We'll see a Zhao Yun played to the center. Zhao Yun offering a little bit of protection against this deck. Seeing as it does have the option to freeze, will turn off cards such as Spinning Harmony or any other effects that require looking at Frozen Signy. We'll see the guard for the Lurig attack. Blocked, going into the Magica players. Turn, enter charging, growing into Magica level 2. Paying out the Hijikata. The Hijikata is we'll see the grow into Magica Dolphin. Magica Dolphin is one of the hand plussing options that happen. The opponent will mill 2 and then salvage up to 2 non-colorless Signy so long as they don't share colors, meaning he has to target 2 different colors, meaning dual color Signies you'll only be able to salvage one off of a dual color Signy, since it will share colors with anything else that you salvage. You will take a Dark Energy and a Hijikata to hand. The Hijikata offering an interesting selection here, as it gets benefits based on the draw and discard, which can be facilitated by the Gog Heal. Gog Heal on play lets you draw and discard a card from hand, as well as doing the same on attack, offering fantastic filter option to get cards into your hand that you need immediately, as well as a synergistic combo with Hijikata to get its abilities live. Hijikata, once per turn on when you do discard something, it will gain 3k, and then if you've discarded 2 or more cards during the turn, whenever it vanishes something, it forces the opponent to have to discard as well. Now, this does help out in a sense, since the discard is at random, the opponent does not get to choose, meaning they can lose cards that they need immediately, or they could get lucky and discard something that they really don't need at the current moment, which is fine. We see Hijikata with Lancer due to the grow of Sangha Strike. Sangha Strike does allow damage to get in a lot easier. It is more guaranteed. I'm sorry, that is not Sangha Strike. Excuse me. That is Sangha Aerial. I got my names confused, folks. Sangha Aerial will give the Hijikata Lancer, vanishing the Romale and forcing Life Cloth to be crushed. As well, since we did see the second discard because of the Gagil swinging into the Zhaoyun, the vanish happens, a discard will happen at random before the Life Cloth actually does get quote quote burst here. So the Lancer goes through, hitting a Romale. Does not help here. We see the we see the green gas swing in for direct damage, hitting a Deafening Inferno. Deafening Inferno unfortunately can't target anything since there are no up Signy, and another Deafening Inferno. Unfortunate they could not do anything, and that is 2 Deafening Infernos that No Limit does not have to deal with their opponent's board, but that is alright through options such as Lancelot, or if there happen to be Deafening Infernos in hand that can be used to clear the board. Unfortunately, the only thing that the Lancelot can clear is the green gas on the left-hand side of the player, since Gagil and Hijikata are above the 5k threshold needed for Lancelot, but those can be dealt with a Deafening Inferno, so it is not entirely in vain. See the grow into Hirana 2. With the Hirana player thinking about their plays here. We see the grow into Ray Flash Blade. Flash Blade here will allow the No Limit player to draw 2 cards, maybe dig for that option to try and break this board for direct damage, or for options to protect themselves if they're unable to. The unfortunate part about No Limit is it is such go, 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 go. When it does have to stall out, it's rough, since a lot of their Signies do need to, if they are unable to clear things, it does hurt into Hirana's gameplay. We see a Zhaoyun played in the right-hand side as a sort of defensive wall here. A Folklore played in center as a defensive wall against the Gagil, and the Lancelot to clear the gas off of the Madoka's field, giving us that open slot that we so desperately need to see for No Limit to enact its game plan. The Folklore is over the power of the Gagil, and we won't have to worry about seeing any level 2 grows here from the diagram player. We see the grow into Akino Rock. Akino Rock will return the Hijikata to hand, meaning that Zhaoyun is now swinging in for damage. Unanswered, since there is nothing that the diagram player can do here to deal with the... I'm sorry, we will potentially see it. I thought that was the level 1 in the center. So we do see the grow into Magica. into Musica Splits. Musica Splits will reduce the power of anything on the field minus 10k, and with an optional but costly pay for to give another thing minus 8k. We'll see the Lancelot removed from the field instead of the Zhao Yun, which is an interesting play. Since the music can target the Zhao Yun, that would be a better play since Zhao Yun cannot be targeted by any form of Signy level 2 or lower. Zhao Yun will swing, hit the random drain, life burst. Random drains, life burst. Will down and freeze a Signy on the field, and the opponent has to discard a card of their choice. So we'll see the freeze on the Focalor and a discard of a Tobiel. Larig's swing goes through for a Servant check. We'll see what we add here. Looks like Magica will add a Servant to hand. As a safety precaution for later turns. And with that being over, it is now the Diagram player's turn. Magica's level 3 does open a lovely array of options here, as she gets benefits whenever the opponent has to discard a card. So more than likely, we will see the grow into a very shiny, very pretty DIR of Magica Vogue 3. Enter team ability does activate, which draw 3 and discard 2. The enter charge that it offers off of opponent's discarding is a team effect. Being in team diagram, he will have access to that effect. And just like her Magica Musica counterpart, she does have the same once per game of returning a level 1 Diagram Larig back to the Larig deck to reuse its ability. So we will more than likely see it on Sangha Strike. I keep saying Strike. We will see it on the level 1 Sangha. We see a ZR02 Zirconium, for those who do not know the thing. It does have the harmony of 1 black rig, so which isn't an issue in the sense of Diagram does not need to use any of its Larigs. Outside of, so we see the discard happens, the enter charge will happen for Diagram, seeing a Neon Tetra get enter charged. So we do see Diagram having a little bit of a thought process here as to what to do. Line of plays he probably should and could go for here would be to attempt to mill the deck with Lanling. Speaking of the devil, there is a Lanling. We will see the Lanling played. And the power of the Zhao Yun reduced to nothing. Since Lanling is level 3, it can target the Zhao Yun. And will we see something else in the center slot? We'll see random drain. Discarding the last card out of No Limit's hand. No Limit is now handless and unable to deal with any Larig swings outside of maybe hitting a life burst to return cards to hand, or the use, unfortunately, does not have an attack phase timing to put cards back into hand. We'll see Salvage the Future played. To the field. Salvage the Future, similar to the last round, will be more than likely used to mill the opponent's deck out. It does or to return cards to hand. Seeing as they are holding a full grip, it'll more than likely be used to mill the opponent's deck. We'll see the Lanling. Oh, we got a little bit of lag here. The Lanling will go in, mill the opponent for 5 cards. So it does look like the diagram player did forget to do the harmony effect of the ZR2, which no big deal. It is easily reversible. But do keep in mind, folks, that if you cannot meet the harmony condition, it does need to be downed on enter. The Folklore gets shown from the life burst, so the ZR2 harmony miss does not matter in the slightest anyway, since it is now downed and frozen. We'll see the swing with Salvage the Future active, milling 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Again, we see 1 card short of getting that on-attack refresh penalty. We see 2 Servants out of it, 2 Rose Quartz, 3 Rose Quartz, 3 Servants. Oh dear, looks like this rig attack is going through regardless. So we'll see the draw and this damage hit for 2 total life health. There's the last Servant. Unfortunate for the No Limit player. We'll see what he adds here. Looks like he'll be going for Nobunaga. Nobunaga needs a red Signy in order to rise over. Without the attack, will go into the No Limit player's turn. Similar to how I mentioned earlier with the mill on the last round with the mill 15. It works the same with draws. So there only being 1 card in the No Limit player's deck, they will only get that 1 card and then be forced to take that refresh penalty of 1 life cloth after the refresh. We see Folklore. Almost forgetting about the draw phase here. Refresh happening. Looks like he will afterward be going to enter charge that Folklore. Since it can't really do anything, since it is downed, he does need to try and clear field in this sense. What will this refresh give us in terms of... Wait, why is he still... Oh, we're putting top 5. Never mind, I thought he was about to try and mill for something. Top 5 to bottom. We'll see a Romail taken off with the refresh penalty. Yet another save for the opposing player to the diagram player, not missing any life burst off of their refresh penalties. Will he continue for the Folklore enter charge, since now it is technically the enter phase? Yes, he will. Now we will see the grow into... We should see the grow into Hirana's level 3. Piranha's level 3, arguably one of the most aggressive level 3s in the game. Gets the team enter of draw and enter charge. Get a little bit of that resource back, get some hand back for more plays. When I say one of the most aggressive level 3s in the game, has the ability to just deal a damage before the Lurig attack even goes through with her once per game effect. Forcing guards out of the opponent's hand and trying to get in there for unanswered damage. This does pair very well with the team piece for No Limit. I wonder if we'll see it this turn. We do see the grow into Empty Blade. Empty Blade will allow him to draw 2 cards and force his opponent to discard 2 at random. So hopefully this will get servants out of his opponent's hand. That can be used to stop the burn effect if he does decide to go for the once per game and the team piece turn in the same sense. We see a Gagil and a Hiji Kata. Discarded off of the Empty Blade, so there is still the risk of servants being in the diagram player's hand. We'll see the grow into Akino Bye Bye. Akino Bye Bye, returning a Signy on the opponent's field to their hand. More than likely, we see the Zirconium return to the opponent's hand, so we don't have to. So the opponent does not have to risk the opponent playing a second Zirconium, further keeping a defensive field, but does have will give the on-play effects of Zirconium back to the opposing player to allow for Madoka's level 3. We see the Lancelot played, getting rid of the imp that was in center slot, opening up yet another lane of damage. For enter left, we've seen all the grows for No Limits, so there's no other plays they can do defensively. We see go to the top played. Go to the top will allow No Limit to search their deck for any Signy that they need to help with their game plan, as well as burning 3 enter out of the opponent's enter zone. So in the case that he does need to grow his Sangha into his level 2 option, there is a high chance he may not be able to pay for it anymore. Due to the lack of enter. Now, in the case that the Madoka player is running Glory Grow, Xeno Cluster, he can get that enter back and make the Glory Grow effectively useless in the sense of burning the enter out. We see the search done for Mars to further accelerate burning enter. Although, unfortunately, none of the options that are in the enter zone are valid targets for Mars to get rid of unless he swings in open slots first, since the Imp and the ZR2 that are in enter do share the same color as Madoka, and the Servant is untargetable. since it is considered colorless. We'll see the use of Glory Grow going in with both pieces. Glory Grow, easily the best piece in the game as well. Turning off the opponent's ability to guard for the Lurig attack outside of if the opponent, or if the Piranha player used the once per game. It also gives double crush to the Senator Lurig, so that is 2 damage. It cannot deal the finishing blow if there's only 1 life cloth left in the time that Piranha goes in for game. We'll see Mars played and 3 red enter paid out. Sorry, not paid out. 3 red cards discarded from hand to give it Assassin, meaning it does not care if Landling is there. It is going for face regardless. So we have lethal on this board. If the Diagram player cannot get any defensive life bursts here to protect themselves, it does look like we can potentially see end of game here in a explosive turn for No Limit. All gas go. We see the grow into Sangha Strike. Sangha Strike will save 1 lane here. Now, which lane? Best choice, honestly, is to get rid of that Mars, since it is similar to the rest, unanswered damage. Tobiel really doesn't do anything, and you can get rid of it off of defensive life bursts as well. We see what looks like a random drain off of the life burst, which downs the Tobiel and freezes it, opponent forcing them to discard the only card in their hand. Since a discard did happen, the Magica player does get to enter charge. We see the swing in, guards cannot happen. So, he did do the once per game. The Servant is shown. To prevent the burn damage. The double crush. So we see the burn go through Gagiel's life burst triggering, drawing a card. And the double crush hitting the last card. Now, I will mention this. I'm not sure if the No Limit player knew this, but activating the once per game and Glory Grow in the same instance is a bit weird in a sense of, since double crush cannot deal the last bit of damage, or since double crush cannot be the last source of damage, so to say, so if he did get the last life cloth out, it does not end the game. Only thing double crush says is crush 2 life cloth. It does not say deal 2 damage. So similar to Lancer in a sense of it only crushes the life cloth, it does not count as dealing a damage. Double crush cannot finish out a game. So Madoka's once per game completely useless now, since both of Musica's Lurigs are now level 2. We see another Lanling played to the field, unable to looking like he is not paying the cost to get rid of the Lancelot that is on the field. We see ZR2 played again, Harmony cost paid, and the additional cost paid to force the draw and discard at random. Unfortunately, No Limit does not have any cards in their hand, so this is just in order to draw a card to further accelerate the game plan. No Limit only having 1 life cloth left, no defensive options. If Diagram can present 2 open slots here, that will more than likely be game, assuming that life burst is not or assuming that Life Burst does not do anything to hinder said plan. The Dark Energy once per turn, getting the inner charge off of reducing the opposing Signy to power 0. We see a Water Buffalo just dropped in center. Does not matter, it is an attacker. Dark Energy swinging in to get over the Tobiel, vanishing the Tobiel. Sorry, not vanishing the Tobiel. I'm mistaking that life. That life means it's frozen. The Dark Energy will be rested just to prevent any upped effects. We see Folklore as the last life cloth in the deck. Does he draw the Servant to stop the Madoka swing? The only card in his hand? We don't see the Servant off of the lucky top deck, meaning Diagram takes the win here with very interesting turn of events. Unfortunately, did not see the last Servant for the No Limit player, but still an exciting match all around. And I do have a breakdown of all teams shown today. While we are waiting for the next round, it looks like we have No Limit at the lead with 45 entrants playing No Limit. This could be a multitude of options with Hirana or Akino for all of these decks with multiples. This is only based on team. It does not look at the it does not look at the unique centers. See Card Jockey in second place with 29 entrants, Diagram 17, Uchu 11. We see Sanbaka players at 8, Ancient Surprise at 2, and we see Dream Teams / Mixed Teams at 9 entrants. So we do have a wonderful, wonderful display of a decks here with, again, No Limit taking the lead as expected. No Limit being one of the stronger, if not the strongest decks in the format, with Hirana Center being so aggressive. Card Jockey, understandable, with Lion, with her multitude of attacks as well. And while we're at it, folks, if you haven't already, please don't forget to follow and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Any of that will help us out tremendously. And during this weekend only, Carta Magica is having a 10% sale on all sealed Wixoss products and pre-orders in celebration for the ceremony. You can visit them at www.cartamagicaottawa.com. The coupon is applied at checkout for it, and again, only lasts this weekend and will only while supplies last. So if you need a pre-order or the upcoming stand-up diva set, go here, pre-order 10% off easily, and enjoy free shipping on orders of $150 or more. So if you buy a case of something, bam, free shipping. 3 boxes of something, bam, free shipping. $150 of packs, just loose packs if you're that crazy. Bam, free shipping. Anything $150 or more. I'm going to take a quick break here. We will be back in roughly 5 to 6 minutes with round 3. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for more wonderful Wixoss action. An interesting question in chat. Is there a blog where I can see deck lists from Wixoss events from the past few weeks? Yes, there is. I do hold a Wixoss focused blog that does focus on data from past events. I do have deck lists. I have a P02 team guide as well. I have a multitude of articles for it. I will post the link for it in Twitch chat so you can browse at your leisure during breaks, see all the interesting things that I do have posted, and I always am looking for feedback to improve my stuff as well. And I do take submissions from local events, so if you would like your locals featured on the blog for your tournaments, feel free to reach out to me. My Discord name and tag is listed on most of, if not all of my articles. You can contact me on Discord if you would like to submit any of that data. Welcome back to the North American Spring Wixoss Ceremony by Carta, hosted by Carta Magica. Here you are in round 3. We've got Anj Center Niji Sanji versus Bang Center Uchu no Hajimari. So it looks like we have our Sanbaka player going first with an immediate grow into the Lise level 1 assist. The Lise will allow him to look at the top 7 to put 2 black virtual Signy into his hand, which looks like he will be adding a Sarah and a Ratna Petite off of his selections and playing both of them to the field. Unfortunately, he will not be able to attack first, so it will now be the Bang player's turn. Draw, into the enter. Looks like he entered a Influen D. We see the grow into the Bang level 1. Playing out a Haniel to look for cards that he may need. He might not have his level 1 options, or he's just going for a Servant, which isn't a bad add off of the Haniel. Means you do have protection for later. We see the grow into Tamago Beating. Interesting selection here for the deck, since it does bottom deck a Signy in general. So we'll see the bottom deck of the Ratna, leaving an open lane for Parajulis. Parajulis isn't really useful at level 1. We'll probably see better use for it at level 2 or higher, since it does need to see Enter charging off of the top of deck in order to get effects. See a Life Burst of a Fern / to get rid of his Haniel, and a Life Burst of Melissa, which is unable to do anything in this case. We see a Enter charge for Makoto, grow into Anj level 2 into the Toko level 1 assist. This specific or we do not see it. It looks like he went back on his grow option. Instead, opting just to play 2... Oh, nope, he's still going to go for it anyways. We see 2 Mao's Field 10k shields. This removing the... getting rid of the Parajulis, opening 3 straight lanes of damage for the Bang player. Unless he is running Nova Mute, we won't see any attack phase options for the Bang player to stop this board, meaning he's going to have to take 3 damage unanswered outside of Life Burst. But he does have Nova Mute, so he can stop 1 of the damage that is being presented by the Anj player. It looks like he's discarding an Osagi Tsune for the effect, preventing his the center Mao from attacking. We see a Gauche for the first burst, getting rid of the other attacking Mao. We see a Servant discarded for the guard, now into Bang's level 2. One thing about the Bang deck, it does want to grow into its assist super early to get the full benefits of its level 3 game plan, which we will see later in the game. So burning through both assists early does not really affect much for Uchu, since it is part of the gameplay. We see the Hanyo replayed, adding a Zwei Slow Loris off of the ad. Zwei Slow Loris, it does get a bit beefy as long as you have Enter, which is one thing that seems to be lacking in this case. But once per turn can give anything, you can pay 3 to give anything on the field Lancer. so long as it, again, has 15 or more thousand power, which does benefit the deck in a bit since Bang level 3 can only give... Oh! We'll only see 2 cards played, meaning that hand must be full of spells or level 3s. We'll see the Mikoto Rindo Burst. Does nothing since there's no up Signy. The bounce off with the Zwei will prevent it from being vanished. Haniel getting in there. The guard happening. We see an Arzamal charged and into the Anj level 3. Anj level 3, once per turn, can give a virtual signal on your field 4k, which does benefit some of the deck's game plans, such as Ars Al Maul, and on play bounces an opponent's Signy to hand and you draw, clearing lanes. We see Ratna going straight into attacks here. Or no, sorry, the Ratna down ability, just getting rid of the Haniel, opening up the lane. Once per turn trash for the Ratna. What else is going to be played here to punish this opening? We see Melissa. Melissa will be massive at 7k, since I'm pretty sure there's the virtual requirement of needing 5 or more virtual Signies in trash for her power gain ability. We see the Tamago grow into Tamago Jet Stick to at least prevent one of the damage and paying the extra to be able to draw 2 cards. Sarah will swing in. We see no life burst. We do see a Nobori Betsu. We'll see a Kiyosumi with a Enter Charge. And the attack does not... Sorry, it only affects Signy attack. We'll see the Servant discarded for the Lurig attack. Heated match here between the players. 4 life cloth on the Bang versus 3 life cloth on the Anj. We see Bang going into their level 3 turn this turn to be able to start popping off. Now, unfortunately, we do not see the Nova at level 2 yet, so I do expect them to go for the Nova during offense instead of the defense option that it does have. We see the Bang level 3 come out. Bang red to fight. Will clear a slot, giving the opponent resources, unfortunately, but it does open that slot, no restrictions needed. Her once, similar to Uchu centers in past and present currently, has the once per game of shoving everything under it as a marker, except we'll have the benefits of, with 5 you enter charge, and with 7 give a level 3 level 3 green Signy, specifically Lancer, on your field, which is Bang's way of guaranteeing damage. We see the Kiyosumi come out, we see a Quinn come out. Quinn, a very interesting choice, since it can swap the positions of 2 Signy on the opponent's field and gives 1 Signy minus 2,000 power whenever anything swaps. So we see the Kiyosumi change positions, the Quinn will activate, giving neg 2k to more than likely will end up being the Mal, just so it can guarantee getting that overslot. We see the Wise Slow Loris come out. Now, unless there's another way to gain enter for the Bang player, it doesn't look like we will see a double... It does not seem like we'll see a double Lancer turn here, since he's short 1 enter, has not activated the Bang once per game. Looks like he's waiting for the Bang once per game to be active. Swapping the positions yet again, giving minus 2k to something else on the field. You see, putting a marker out to signal that Kiyosumi is indeed 12k, since it is in center slot just for both players. Reference looks like it will be going into the defense step for Alpha Zeus. paying 1 enter and growing into the level 2 Toko. This specific level 2 Toko, giving neg 12k to something on the opponent's field, will see him get rid of the Swizo Loris and pay an additional white. may pay an additional white to add a white Signy to hand. See the get over for Melissa. Does not look like we'll see the attack. We see a life burst. Mal, unfortunate, no optional for replenishing the field or dealing with the Kiyosumi that sits in center. We'll see a Mikoto Rindo enter charged away. The only assist we have not seen yet for Sanbaka is their Lise level 2, which could make or break their game here. We see Lulu Suzuhara played. Lulu Suzuhara, easily one of my favorite cards. You mill 10, something on your opponent's field gets minus 10k. But with her team ability, you don't have to worry about any matchups that mill your deck or how fast you go through your deck, since so long as she is on the field, you do not have to take your refresh penalty. So instead of putting if the Anj player were to refresh their deck at any point in time during this turn, they won't have to put the top card of their life cloth into their trash. We see Super Celestia Saber pop out. First piece played for the game for Anj, which allows him to salvage 3 cards, a white Signy, a black Signy, and a colorless Signy to their hand for the cost of 2 enter. So you can get your next couple plays. We see looks like he's debating between the Himawari and the Lulu Suzuhara. The Himawari and the Lulu Suzuhara. The Servant is an immediate grab. There's no reason not to grab. It looks like that is what he settles with. Himawari being a wonderful, wonderful choice in a sense of constantly having shadow. Or being able to, not constantly having shadow, but having a great ability to set up her own shadow effects and replenish your hand. Since you need to see a virtual Signy for her shadow ability at the beginning of the opponent's main phase, it can't be affected by anything that the opponent can push out during this on the defense turn. But instead, it looks like he'll be going for another Lulu to just go ahead and refresh his deck, get everything in his trash back into his deck so he can get it later. And then we see a Sister Claire just in the open slot just to meet limit requirements of 7. You see 2 level 3s in the level 1. That will make it 7. And it looks like we will be going into attacks at this point. We won't see the Lise here, but we will see the we will see the Nova level 2 come out. This specific Madoka, or not, did I say Madoka? I'm sorry. Nova level 2. Nova slash. Putting a Signy on the opponent's field just to trash, and the ability to pay an extra white to look at top 5, add a Signy to hand, setting up your field. This is a great defensive this is a good defensive play in the sense of you just trash something instead of having to worry about vanishing it or having whatever you could put out with, for example, Nova Chopper out onto the field to protect a slot, since the only thing really that you could protect on the field would be the Sister Claire, but this works in fine. He's adding a Quinn. We see a Parajulius off of 1 life burst. We see a Haniel. Fantastic life burst to see. Top 3 cards, any of them Signies can go to hand or can go onto the field. Looks like we'll be opting to add a Servant to hand to just block this Larig attack going into now the Bang's turn. The Bang now has access to the once per game's full effects for her once per turn enter charge / give a level 3 Signy Lancer for the turn. It does look like the Bang player is hurting a little bit on enter for their effects. We can also expect to see Hampanai Destruction here if the team piece is being ran to further deplete what is left of the Sambaka player's hand. Looks like we will definitely see the Hampanai Destruction. Excuse me. Hampanai Destruction. For each level of the opponent's rig, you may perform one of the following actions, and you may choose it more than once. You can either draw a card or force your opponent to discard a card at random. It looks like we see the once per game for Bang activated. Bang will now have 7 cards underneath her for her once per turn ability of enter charge if you have 5, and Lancer if you have 7 onto one of your green level 3 Signies. Well, we do know of one level 3 green Signy in their hand right now with the form of Quinn. It looks like we'll go for a good dig to check 7 just to see if we can get a little more options for play here. Some notable options here would definitely be Influence D or Amino Acid in this matchup. Influence D, the enter ability, the clear ability won't work as well on Influence D due to the lack of enter, and Amino Acid would be great for pumping up your effects needed. Looks like he'll go for a Kiyosumi and a Servant to hand, Servant to protect himself from Lorig attacks on later turns. The Kiyosumi to rearrange the board as we see the Quinn played. We definitely see the Kiyosumi next, so we can expect that Sister Claire to just be deleted off the field due to the Quinn effect, since Kiyosumi rearranging the board activates the Quinn effect to give -2k to something on the opponent's field. Sister Claire being 2k was the most likely target for it. We see the target Influence D with Harmony Blue. Influence D on top of the ability to pay 6 and remove anything 10k or greater on the field. Whenever it gets targeted by anything the opponent has, you get to draw and enter charge 1. So it's a bit of a deterrent for your opponent to target that, since it does plus your resources, but it is one of those cards they have to get rid of, because if they let it sit for too long, it will clear your field. We see the grow into the Lise level 2 now, which will return Signy to the opponent's hand, getting rid of the Influence D, which allows the player to get the draw and discard, but it no longer has to deal with the Lancer that presented lethal in that case. We see the Sister Claire, first target, Kiyosumi. Kiyosumi cannot attack, protecting the last life cloth that they have. Unfortunately, we will see the discard at random here. Will a Servant, if it's in hand, survive the Hampanai discard, or will it be taken out? Full grip of 6, so there's a 50% chance shot that the Uchi player can get a Servant out of the deck. Looks like the 3 discards have been selected, and we see Arzamal Himawari, and I did not catch a glance of that third card. Looks like it's just a level 1, but we still keep the Servant, protecting that 1 life cloth. Currently on the board for the Anj player is still that Lulu Suzuhara. One life cloth remaining for the Anj player versus the Uchu's player. What seems to be 2. I cannot tell if they have a second one on top of that very last one, but it looks like they have 2 life cloth remaining for So can we see a lethal turn here from the Anj player? Without the assistance of another Lulu, we more than likely will not see a lethal turn. So we already know that one life cloth is being crushed. If he can crush a second life cloth. Oh, we see Xenocluster just going for... looks like he's going to retract on it, which is fine. There isn't really much discarding that Bang does or enter burning that Bang does in general. So Xenocluster is kind of a dead card in this matchup, aside from being able to draw one or enter charge one. It does not look like we'll be going into attacks yet. Looks like we're still having a little bit of pondering going on for Anj. We see the once per turn trash getting rid of the Lulu Suzuhara for another Himawari. Going for a Mal, a 10k wall, which is fantastic for this matchup in general. Going to attacks. Doesn't look like we have an attack phase piece here. The Himawari will get rid of the Quinn. We'll see the other Himawari. Oh no. For the attacks, we'll see the Xenocluster just to get the draw. The Himawari will get rid of the Quinn. This Himawari will get rid of the Kiyosumi. Going in for a swing here. We see a good dig. Good dig going to save somewhat of field. Debating hand, what's in hand versus what's on the top three. Looks like we will see an Osage Tsune hit the field off of the good dig life burst. And the servant to protect that last life cloth. Now the real question is, with the double Himawari's play, do we see the top check into double shadow? And we do. So both of those Himawaris will now have shadow for the turn. They cannot be dealt with by cards such as Influ D, since it cannot be targeted. The only targetable option being the Mao Masakura. We do see Influ D re-hit the field. Apparently forgetting about Harmony yet again. Harmony, a relatively new keyword to the game. We'll see Osage Tsune pump both of those. Pump both the Slow Loris and the Influent up 5k. So we go into... So the Lancer is given to Influence, the Harmony fixed. The Harmony cost to fix, the Lancer given to the Influen D. We see Xenocluster for the draw. Hopefully, probably looking for that last for a servant to prevent the lethal damage from Bang. It looks like he's going for the cost, which is weird to me considering the Himawaris have shadow. He cannot target those. So it looks like that 6 was paid for nothing. Mal vanished. We see a Melissa. do not have the cost for it. So now the test of faith. Do we have the servant needed? We do. Oh, baby. We have a game here, folks. It is now the Anj player's turn. They have to break this board and get 2 damage in. They need to open up at least 1 guaranteed slot for that unblockable damage off of a Signy attack. And they need to open up 2 for the guaranteed kill. Unless that last life cloth is a life burst in order to save the Uchu player. which 1 slot alone is threatening enough, since that has to be a servant in the case that they don't open up another slot. Otherwise, there is a multitude of things that last life cloth needs to be in order for Uchu to live through the turn. Biggest one being it needs to be a servant to protect against the Lurig attack. Looks like we see a Fern Slash to return Osagi to return a Signy to hand. If he targets the Influent D, that will only help potentially get guards for him to live for this turn. So the better options in these cases would be for Zwei and Osagi Tsune to be bounced to hand, since those don't benefit either player. Or since this does not benefit the Uchu player in a sense. And it looks like we will see the Osagi Tsune return to hand, the correct play in my opinion here. Again, need to dodge the Influent being targeted at all to prevent draws from happening. So we know there's an Osagi Tsune for the crackback if Uchu lives through this turn. We see Sarah put in the open slot. Do we see anything else here? Do we play the lottery? Is all 4 servants out of Uchu's deck? Is the last card in Life Cloth Uchu? Or is the last life cloth in Uchu a servant? It looks like not all the servants are out. The last life cloth being a Paradulus, the last attack going in for game for Anj. Unfortunately, not having the last servant in hand or in life cloth to protect themselves from that last damage. Always exciting to see older decks such as Niji Sanji making it into the tournament, since Sanbaka does not get any more form of support throughout the rest of the Diva format outside of generic white and black spells, maybe a couple of good pieces every now and then. So, once again, congratulations to the Anj player for winning their match. Again, folks, if you haven't already, please feel free to subscribe to the channel or follow if you're unable to subscribe. Every little bit helps with that. And once again, enjoy 10% off all sealed products from CartaMagicaOttawa.com for both in-stock and pre-order items only during this weekend. So if you're in need of some product, check them out. The prices are fantastic. And you get free shipping on anything over... And you get you get free shipping for anything $150 or more. So 3 booster boxes, bam, free shipping. $150 worth of packs, free shipping. They only have 2 boxes, but some free packs of another set, free shipping. Buy a case, free shipping. As long as it's $150 or more, you will get free shipping on your order. Once again, going to look at the breakdown for today's events. No Limit being with 45 decks, Card Jockey at 29, followed by Diagram, Uchu, Sanbaka, Ancient Surprise, and we also see mixed teams right above the Sanbaka number for deck representation. And again, this does not count for individual centers amongst the teams. This is just the team composition in general, meaning that 45 could be 1 Hirana amongst 44 Akinos. That Card Jockey could be 1 Lion amongst 28 Lovets, etc. and etc. We are going to take a quick little break here as a little bit of a refresher, as it looks like most matches are finishing up here. So, once again, thank you for tuning in to the Wixoss North American Spring Ceremony hosted by Carta Magica. Please stay tuned for the conclusion of this exciting event and the continuation with round 4 starting here shortly. Welcome back to round 4 of the North American Spring Ceremony for Wixoss, hosted by Carta Magica. Here in round 4, we have a card jockey mirror match with Lion Center. And this in its own should be somewhat of an interesting matchup, since both decks are going to aim to do the same thing here of wanting to get multiple turns of multiple attacks. We'll see Novaterra grow into Wolf Laser, get that 2 enter charge off the top of deck. We'll see pay 2. It looks like we'll be going into Good Dig. Now, unlike previous matches that we've had, Good Dig in, this time they'll be able to select 2 cards instead of 2 Signy. Instead, we will see 2 cards selected off of this. We will see 2 cards selected off of it. We see only a Zhao Yun put into center, leaving 2 open slots. That is unfortunate, not being able to protect both slots. For his field, which is sometimes something you have to worry about as a card jockey player, since your deck will mostly consist of spells and high level Signy for Endless Punchline. You do have to sacrifice on excuse me. You do have to sacrifice on lower level Signy in order to be able to field out what's on, or in order to be able to field defenses. We'll see similar turn here. Grow into level 1, grow into Wolf Laser from Hikata. It looks like we'll see one Zhao Yun played in the open slot. Zhao Yun's just vanilla 3Ks in the... Oh, just kidding. Looks like he was going to pay for the cost for Romeo, but then realized, oh wait, Zhao Yun has Shadow. This can't be targeted. So that Zhao Yun gets to stay. Unfortunately, we are going to see, going into attacks, 2 Life Cloth getting here. Deafening Inferno, getting rid of that Romeo anyways. So it did not matter that he only was able to field 1 because the Romeo saved, because Deafening Inferno saved the day from another one. We see a PRJ map off of the second Life Burst, no Life Burst effect on PRJ map with that Lurig attack. It is now Novaterra's turn. See, enter charge a Black Saddle. Black Saddle does help the deck with it wanting to spend enter constantly to filter the deck as needed to remove all level 2 and level 1 Signy from the deck. So that way when he goes for the Endless Punchline turn, he is more than likely to hit that level 3 or spell to get 3 attacks in with Lion. Card Jockey Lion is probably one of the only decks in the format that did not really update much with the P02 release. There wasn't really much that it could benefit from, so it's still running on most of Card Jockey decks. Running Lion today will more than likely be running on P01 and older cards. A little bit of thinking to do here, since you can't get rid of that Zhao Yun. It is basically staying on the field for free real estate, protecting that slot unless they are able to remove it with a Lurig, which is entirely possible given the fact that Lion does have, given the fact that Lovett does have access to removal, but it looks like he will just end up filling the field anyways, putting a 5k body in front of that Zhao Yun for later, but it looks like it will be swinging in with that Zhao Yun anyways, or with the Lancelot swinging in with Zhao Yun. Life burst check. We see a servant, which is absolutely useless here. There's nothing in trash for that servant to grab, so it is a dead life burst. We see Deafening Inferno, yet another dead life burst, since there's no upped Signy to vanish off of the effect. Does he have the servant for the guard? He does. Counting his enter. Do not believe he needs to enter charge his turn. He does have plenty to work with for his effects, although more enter will never hurt. It looks like it will forego enter charge phase, go straight into his grow phase, into Lion 2. Now both players are at level 2. Opening up the options for Hikata now to deal with his board. He does get access to be able to use removal on, since there is no longer just a Zhao Yun on the field. He'll go for good digging 7, trying to get his key pieces, filter out his deck from level 1s and 2s, so that way when he goes for his endless punchline turn, it is more likely able to proc the maximum amount of attacks needed. So see, Romeo played. Looks like the Zhao Yun was removed. Should not have been removed from that Romeo. Let's see, unless I missed the... Ah, yes, there we go. Nope, I'm sorry. I completely missed that grow into DJ Lovett Scratch. Scratch just gets rid of something completely off of the opponent's field with 10k or less, so that's great to get rid of that Zhao Yun. We see the Romeo. Romeo can't target anything that is on the board. We see a good dig played here. Again, digging 7 for the tops. Bit of debating going on here as to try and see if there's any way he can break the board, assuming he does not have a Lancelot in hand or a Deafening Inferno to to get rid of anything else on this board. So instead he'll go for a Haniel, sort of a body to play there. Not debating on paying the cost. Probably would not be wise to do so in this sense due to needing enter for your later effects. Looks like we'll just be going straight into the attack step here. One free lane open from the Romeo. The sides will just bounce off of the targets that they are attacking into, meaning they will dodge any upped life burst Signy. Unless he's able to clear more on the field. Looks like we're going to see an attack phase timing. Will we see an attack phase timing for Nova Terra? Oh, we'll see Xenocluster being played out from Novaterra. So we are in the attack step, folks. Get the draw, since this is kind of a dead matchup anyways, for Xenocluster, since neither deck forces Enter, Burn, or Discard. We'll see the Grow into Wolf Sink. Wolf Sink lets you look at the top card of your Life Cloth, shuffle, and add the top, or put that card back into your deck, and then back into your deck, shuffle, and then put the top 2 cards. Now, in this line of play, if that top card is a Life Burst, you would not want to shuffle that card away. If it is a level 3, I would, just because it gives you one more level 3 for your Endless Punchline turn. But nonetheless, having option to a heal is fantastic. We do see a Life Burst given off of the Good Dig, allowing him to replenish his hand or put a card in that slot, so long as he can still stay within his limit requirements. It's like he is debating, or he has added. I did not quite catch what he added. It looks like we'll see the Arcgwyn burst. Going into Novaterra's turn now. They have the option So we see the Lion grow into level 3. Lion's level 3. We'll do again additional digging, and can just permanently remove dead targets from the deck completely. So if there are level 1s and 2s in there, you can either add them to your hand or they'll go to trash. Either way, they will not be in your deck for the Endless Punchline turn. Having a little debate here on what to add. So as we have a Percival discarded off of the resolution of the ability, a Black Saddle played to get some of that enter back. We see a Good Dig get enter charged away. Not good for Endless Punchline turn due to Good Dig being a 3 target. See Lancelot played. Lancelot has free reign over everything that is on that field. So we'll see Lancelot get rid of the Haniel off the board completely. It's like he's debating if he wants to go into. We'll see Novaterra go into his Love It Scratch, getting rid of the one Romail, a Deafening Inferno to clear the remaining Romail, leaving an open board for play, or leaving an open board for swinging here. This is upwards of 6 lethal damage if Novaterra goes for Endless Punchline, which he will. So long as that Lion sees a level 3 or a spell, if Hekata cannot stop this board. This potentially can be lethal. So we'll be going into the attack phase here. Will we see a hefty pay for Hekata's copy of Wolf Sync, checking the top card, realizing I don't want that there. I'm going to shuffle my card back in my deck and just get 2 blind off the top, potentially to get 2 life bursts needed to hopefully save himself here, or to hopefully be able to get a guard potential servant life burst for the onslaught of endless punchline attacks here. So we'll go to swing with the black saddle. We will see a PRJ. There's nothing there. Lancelot's going to go in. We see Arc Gwyn. Arc Gwyn can deal with the remaining Lancelot. That remaining Lancelot will be returned to hand. Now goes for the lion attack. Time to play the gotcha. Let's see if we get that level 3. We see a 2. Not the best, but it could have been worse. So we'll see 2 Larig swings coming in here from Lion. We see 1 guard? Do we see the second guard? We do not. It will be a Zhao Yun put into the claw, put into the enter. So now being level 3, we will see the grow into MC Line 3rd verse yet again from Hekata this time. Debating on what to get for this field. Looks like Black Saddle will get taken out off of the Crossfade Grow for Lovett on Hekata's field. Did not have the extra enter to crush an opponent's life cloth, which is fine. That's a cost that normally doesn't seem to be played for the most part for the deck. We see Lancelot to clear the opposing Lancelot, leaving an open field yet again for yet another explosive turn. We see PRJ map hit the field for Hekata. PRJ map, 2 PRJ maps, basically telling Hekata, you have to get rid of these, otherwise you're not guarding any of my endless punchline swings. And even then, he's still not going to be able to guard his endless punchline swings, even getting rid of 1, since he needs to pay 2 enter for each time he wishes to guard. He may be able to get away with one guard, but any other swings from this endless punchline turn will be uncontested due to not being able to pay for the PRJ guard tax. We see Haniel. Does he go? He goes to add a Lancelot to hand. Could be signal. Could be using, or excuse me, is more than likely going to use it for the opposing Lancelot to clear that slot yet again, since that cannot really hit PRJ map. So time for Hikata to play the card jockey lottery. And we see... Oh. And we see a good dig. So this will be 3 attacks coming in from Hikata. We see the first one. Arcgwyn for the draw. The second swing. Servant. Does he have a servant in drop? Oh no! All servants were in Nova Terra's deck, and he could not block the last attack from the endless punchline turn from Hikata's card jockey. What an upset here. Is actually unfortunate to happen, especially given the circumstances being played around there. So, there you have it for round 4, folks. We will see Hikata go on, continuing undefeated. Nova Terra falling short just by not being able to find a servant off of any of his cards. And again, folks, if you haven't already, please follow and or subscribe to the channel. Every little bit helps us out greatly. And during this weekend, you can get 10% off of all sealed Wixoss products and pre-order from CartaMagicOttawa.com and enjoy free shipping from anything that is $150 or more. Supplies to cases, boxes. If it's sealed and you buy $150 of it, it's yours. Free shipping. So we're going to take a quick break here. Refresh. Wait in for round 5 here to start. So we will be back in a few moments for round 5. Welcome back to round 5 of the Wixoss North America Spring Ceremony hosted by Carta Magica. Still in the middle of setup here, but we're getting closer and closer to the final few matches here today. And it looks like we see another no limit Hirana deck this tournament versus Bang Uchu. Since we are getting closer and closer to the top tables, these decks the decks that we see today from here on may be a little more similar to other featured matchups that we have had today. But that will not alter the amount of commentary that I will be able to provide for you guys for these matches. So it looks like we have Kyun going first, going into Hirana level 1. Very shiny, very pretty. See, double Percival's played out as a wall option. Since Bang does not have any removal, they do not need to go for anything such as Zhao Yun's for field presence. Bang will enter charge what looks like a Citri. Played a Heket to center. Heket is one of the newer cards as of the most recent set. Heket lets you stack the top 3 cards of your deck, or look at the top 3 cards, stack as many as you want on top or as many as you want on bottom. It's great for setting up plays that require, or it's great for setting up your draws. It's great for setting up, as we see here with Tamago, a double stroke roll. You can easily set up what you would want to draw instead, giving you a little more knowledge. Great for setting up things that need to top check for specific effects, or for example Cosmos effects that would also need to look for things. We see a Folklore. Folklore isn't going to do much here since both Signy have attacked, but he still will get the draw a card. We see the Larig swing and the Servant to stop it. And now we go into the level 2 turn for Kyun. Zhao Yun's providing a little bit of a sticky option since No Limit can't really get rid of any of those from Lancelot's or Romail's due to them having Shadow Signy level 2. So the only way they can fully get rid of those cards is through the use of Akino. I think we're having a little bit more of a debate here on what to do for this match. So we see a Lancelot just to play as an attacker. Unfortunately, will not do anything against this board. Which is fine. We'll see a Romeo again as an attacker. This does allow the no limit player to conserve their enter for their late game effects, such as cards like Rose Quartz or Nobunaga, or simply just saving them for stuff like maybe Haniel's, Deafening Infernos. If they're running Good Dig, they have the ability to run Good Dig. We see Akino Rock pop out to get rid of one of the Zhao Yuns off of the board. To open up that slot, we do see Nova Mute popping out for the Bang player. Looks like targeting the Percival. The Percival will not be able to attack this turn. The Lancelot's going to vanish the Zhao Yun. The Romeo's going to go in for face. What do we get here? Looks like we see... Looks like we... I actually do not know what that card is. Give me one moment, folks. But the life burst of that does enter charge. We'll see it enter charge of Osage Tsune, paying out the Natural Planets card for Bang 2. We see another Heket played. Stacking the top cards of decks. See what kind of draws we get. Maybe enter charge effects that could be happening. Make sure you don't enter charge away something you don't need, or saving what you need for later. We see double we see double of a vanilla level 2 played to the field here. Double Sea Trees. Just 10k walls. Relatively hard to get over in general. Just needs to clear things. See the Heket. Sorry, not Heket will go in for face. Or no, the Heket will clear the Romeo. Sorry. Lurig swing in. We get the Folklore. Folklore is not going to do anything, but he still gets to draw yet again. Well, that will be the Hirana turn. Hirana, now having access to going to level 3, can immediately go for Glory Row here and push major damage needed excuse me, can push major damage here, and depending on what they have in their hand, could also close out the game depending on what they have. See the Hirana get the draw and the enter charge team ability. The team ability for Hirana will help get rid over those 10k walls that we see on Leon's field. Cat, not so much. We do see the grow into Empty Blade. We did already have the grow for Flash Blade earlier, but we see the grow for Empty Blade, forcing 2 discard at random, putting Uchu down to 1 card in hand. This is rough. Should he decide, any servants in hand get discarded off of these effects. So it looks like that card will be picked. That card will be picked. What do we see here? I see a Gauche and what looked like a Osage Tsune being discarded off of the off of the random discard, so there is still potential that that last card in hand could be a a servant to protect against if they decide to go for the Hirana once per game here. Otherwise, it is useless in the terms of Glory Grow. He's debating on what to do here. Ideally, a plan I would go for here, based on the deck, would be, we see the Deafening Inferno to clear the center. To clear the center sea tree. One thing I would probably try to do here is go for Rose Quartz to clear out the rest of the field. Although with the amount of energy he has left, needs to save it for a future Akino Grow. So the next best thing would probably try to just form a wall. If he can get more damage in, that would be fantastic. But that may prove rough due to the lack of enter and everything that needs to push for damage requiring enter for use. We see another Deafening Inferno played here, getting rid of the other sea tree just to open up that lane. Still debating here. We see Lancelot not being paid for Heket, which is interesting, because that could open up 3 lanes of clearing. Definitely must need to save that enter for his Akino Grow, whichever it goes into. We see Romeo played in the remaining slot. The Romeo is not going to pay for the cost. The Romeo is just for Nobunaga. Nobunaga does have the ability to vanish almost everything on that field. Almost everything. Actually, at least on that field, can vanish everything. Provides a 13k body for the Bang player to have to get over. And we see Glory Grow used here. Glory Grow is going to turn off the ability to guard for the Larig attack, so this is upwards of 5 unanswerable damage that Leon has to deal with. We see the Grow into Tamago. Jet Stick to down the Lancelot and pay the extra to get 2 cards in hand, potentially get something for his later turn, since he cannot guard his turn. We see the Xeno Cluster. Since there was a forced discard, the Xeno Cluster will get the draw 3 off of its effect versus only being able to draw 1. So now we're back to a full fat hand for Uchu compared to the one he was at earlier. Paying the cards for Nova Slash, getting rid of Nobunaga completely. So that Nobunaga is now no longer a threat. So now this is only 3 unanswerable damage. So we see the Influen. This will swing in 2 unanswered damage. Osagi Itsune and a Folklore. Folklore is not going to do anything here, so we'll go straight into the turn here. Bang now has option to its once per game effect. To start giving everything level 3 green Lancer. And this does also open up a slot for the Uchu player to swing in, giving enter to his opponent on Grow. Now the other ability that could be done here, this is a bit of advanced play, But if he was really worried about the enter of that Akino, he could just choose not to grow and give the enter. But with how much damage you could put out with Bang, there's no need for that kind of gameplay. We'll go straight into Bang Read. Not Read to fight, Red to fight. Allowing the opponent will choose to put the Lancelot into the enter zone. Which is quite the interesting choice, because now if he's running a card such as Akino Bye Bye, for example, he now does not have the white to pay for the costs of Akino's additional ability, since that does need a white and a colorless. And unless he's banking on being able to get that Percival into his enter from other effects, more than likely will not be happening. We see Gauche played. So Gauche is quite an interesting card in its own, just because if she gets vanished, or if she goes to enter zone, if she gets vanished, she can go from enter zone to bottom deck. You shuffle your deck, and then if the top card of your deck is a level 3, it goes onto the field downed. Otherwise, you can at the end of turn, you can add a Signy from your enter zone to your hand. It's a great way to potentially create walls or to replenish your field anytime she gets removed. With Gauche getting Lancer off of Bang's once per game ability, this is now 3 damage unanswered potentially. We see a pay 2 for Akino Bye Bye. Akino Bye Bye is going to return target Signy. It's going to return the helium back to the opponent's hand, which, with there being 2 heliums, isn't going to matter, because if that helium gets vanished outside of battle, it's going to get rid of the Larig attack for no limit. But it does not matter, since we see the Tobiel. The Tobiel is going to get rid of helium off of the life burst. Then we're going to see Bang swing here. What nodes are we going to see off of this Hampanai destruction? Realistically, probably we'll see the discard to try and get rid of any potential servants in the opponent's hand, since it looks like they only have 4 cards, leaving them with only 1 card to work with. Look, he's going to choose to get rid of the first 3 cards. The first 3 cards containing a Rose Quartz, looked like a Haniel, and another red card I didn't quite catch a glimpse. But that last card in hand could potentially be a servant here. And it does not seem like it will be. So we see another Tobiel. The Tobiel is not going to do anything in this regard, since there is nothing left up on the opponent's field. Going now back into the no limit turn. The no limit turn here is lethal to the Bang player in all steps, or in all sense of the word, simply because he still has access to the Hirana once per game. Once per game burns 1, so long as they don't discard a servant, and then also has the Larig attack to go through. So this could potentially be lethal for the no limit player, a lethal turn for the no limit player, having access to all of that. But seeing there is always a chance of a good life burst to protect the Uchu player from an early game. but they are still at a rough position since most of their aggressive turn there did get stopped by both Akino and the unfortunate Tobiel Life Burst. A little bit of pondering to do here, as if he does not have the cards to be able to execute a lethal game plan, he has to figure out how to keep himself alive as long as possible. Since Bang is now at level 3, he is 1 guaranteed damage through Lancer every single turn, so long as he can provide it to a level 3 green Signy. So it's the end of the turn here. No spells are being played for end of the turn, but he will be using it for the salvage, which is quite an interesting pick for No Limit. I'm used to No Limit decks using Go to the Top as their second piece, but looks like he'll be grabbing the Nobunaga. Nobunaga will be able to both vanish and pay for the vanish and pay for the double crush ability. So this can be lethal for No Limit. Just off of the open slots alone, Nobunaga having the double crush, the open lane, not to mention Hirana's once per game as well. That will be 4 unanswered instances of damage, with one of them taking away 2 life cloth. We'll see a servant played as an attacker. Singly, he is definitely going to try and go for this game unless he has an abundance of servants in hand. He has a second servant in hand. Playing all of his servants as playables, that Hampanai Destruction really did a number to it. We'll see the Rose Quartz. Rose Quartz, they're going to be paid for to just get rid of that. It's going to go to bottom of deck. Let's see if the lottery happens. Unfortunately, the lottery does not happen. So we see Nobunaga. The Nobunaga is going to get the 2 paid for the double crush. So now that is 4, that is lethal board on field. That the only saving grace for Bang here is to reveal a life burst that can stop. That was quite the interesting turn order. Not attacking with the Nobunaga might have caused the No Limit player to not lose this game, but put in a very, very rough situation here, as now he does not have lethal. If he attacked with the Nobunaga first, it would have crushed 2 life cloth. One of the servants would have been returned to hand. The other servant would get the last life cloth, making them have to have both servants in order to prevent the game-ending damage. But he has both of the servants anyways to prevent the game-ending damage to begin with. So now is the Bang player's turn. Bang is on a time clock here. They have to attempt to win this game. They know their opponent does not have 2 servants in hand, so more than likely their Loreg attack is going to go unanswered. So now it's just a matter of presenting 3 more damage on board for Bang. It should be easy as long as there's a level 3 life burst, or as long as there's a level 3 Signy they can play in either of the slots in front of the servant for that Lancer damage. If they're able to clear that servant through maybe an Osagi Tsune or any other thing to vanish, that can be lethal in its own end as well. Looks like we're checking the trash here to make sure there's know to check for life bursts, see what potential life bursts could be in. What are the odds of seeing a life burst in the opposing player's life cloth? Easy to check with what's in trash. So it looks like we see 2 off of the servants, and it looks like that pile is about 8 to 10 cards. So there is 8 to 10. There's 10 to 12 unaccounted for life bursts in the opposing player's deck. So to see Artgwin being played out here, checking the top 4, see what we can get out of this. Looks like we're going to get a Heket to be able to stack the top 3 cards of the deck. See what we got going on here. See how many puts on top, how many on bottom, etc., etc. Looks like he will be returning. Looks like that one might be going to bottom, setting it there just so we can put the deck on top of it. Oh no, that was just the pile, excuse me. Looks like it returned to... So see a servant grabbed off of the Arcwind to save for the Lurig attack. Now forcing No Limit to have to clear both. Now forcing No Limit to have to clear the Heket lane once per turn, trashing the Arcwind and the Heket, putting out a Helium. If the Helium gets dealt with, the opponent Lurig does get rested. So we will see the Lancer go to Osage Tsune, the free attack in with Heket. Arcwind will vanish off the servant. Osage Tsune will go for... We'll go for the Lancer here. Servant will get vanished. The life cloth will be crushed. That is a Romale. That is not a life burst. Helium going in for another life burst here. Looks like it is a Haniel. Haniel able to... Haniel able to put cards on the field for later, so long as there's a valid target, or be able to add cards in hand if you need the enter effects for later. Or maybe there's a... Actually, if I remember correctly, going through the trash, there isn't any more servants available. So this is definitely going unanswered. That Percival being added to hand, no point to playing it to the field. So we got last life cloth here for No Limit, and it looks like a Folklore. Folklore once again being useless. Now it is do or die time for No Limit. No Limit does not have access to their once per game ability of Hirana, nor access to any of their pieces, so they have to try and open 2 slots for game. The only slots they can clear, however, is Heket and Osage Tsune. However, if they do clear, or sorry, not Heket, Helium. However, clearing those 2 slots does guarantee game, so Helium's ability of resting a Lurig when it gets vanished outside of battle will not matter here, since if though 2 lanes get cleared, that is lethal for the Bang player. Now the real question is, can No Limit clear 2 lanes? Because unfortunately, it looks like they might not be able to with how long they're pondering their hand. They might be able to only clear 1 lane and then have to bank on the opponent not having a servant, or that life burst being able to give them a servant in order to win the game. So we'll see what they can do here. See Rose Quartz played, getting rid of... I want to say he's going to target the Osagitsune. He does target the Osagitsune, putting that open slot. Yep. We'll be targeting the Osagitsune, opening up that slot, meaning that life cloth is as good as gone. Now it's just a matter of will he try to open up that remaining helium slot, or will he go for the Larig? Just go for the Rose Quartz attack and the Larig. He may just... The No Limit deck may just go for fielding here. Stuff that the helium cannot get over. Such as maybe a Mars if the deck is ran, or if it's ran. Or Kagetsuchi, or Tobiel. We'll just have to see. Looks like we will see a Mars getting played. Now, if he has the 3 cards in hand for Assassin, this can be lethal here as well. Playing another Servant as an attacker. Quite interesting here. So we see lethal on board so long as Uchu does not have a Servant in hand and that last life cloth does not allow him to get a Servant to hand. Mars will get rid of the Arcwind, the Mars effect. Looks like it is a cat. Does Bang have the Servant? He does. Bang has... So I believe this may be game for No Limit, as all Uchu has to do now is field sorry, forgive me for getting tongue-tied. All Bang has to do is play a level 3 Signy. That is green. They get Lancer, and that is game. So, in that conclusion, it looks like Bang wins this match, continuing on undefeated. While No Limit deck in specific will go to the X and 1 brackets, but that is okay. They're still in the top tables. They still have a great chance at the prizes that we have for the top 16 mats. And that will be the conclusion of round 5. Once again, folks, if you haven't already, please feel free to follow and or subscribe to the Carta Magica Twitch channel. Any bit of support helps. And speaking of Carta Magica, as of current, they're having a 10% off all sealed products and pre-order to celebrate the ceremony this weekend at cartamagicOttawa.com. Again, it is only for this weekend, today and tomorrow, and while supplies last. Also not mentioned on this flyer is there is free shipping for any orders of $150 or more. So take advantage of this. Pre-order for the upcoming set. Get some boxes if you're feeling pack happy and want to get foils and other fantastic goodies from older sets. And with that, I'm going to take a short break. We will be back here in a few minutes for round 6. So don't leave, stick around. We're getting close to the conclusion of this exciting event and can't wait to see what will come out on top. Welcome to round 6 of the Carta Magica hosted Wixoss Online North American Spring Ceremony. We're in round 6, just reaching the top 4 undefeateds now. Here are 2 of our top 4. We see Hirana No Limit versus Card Jockey. Hirana No Limit versus Lion Card Jockey here. See Lion player going first, enter charging away. Looks like a Gauche. No, not Gauche. Sorry, Gawain. Dual color 10k. Need that white and red enter. See the grow into Wolf Laser. Laser getting the enter charge 2 off of the top 5. So you see a PRJ and a Haniel being enter charged away off of the effect, the rest going on the bottom of the deck. See a double opening of Zhao Yun's, a great play against no limit decks. Zhao Yun's can't be removed outside of Larigs or Deafening Infernos for the no limit matchup. So now it is the no limit player's turn. Enter charging away a Rose Quartz growing into Hirana 1. It's like growing into the Flash Blade. A Flash Blade forcing a random discard. A singular... Sorry, not Flash Blade. I am sorry. No, it is Flash Blade. No, I'm being special. It's Absolute Zero being shown on the field. Wait, I'm missing something here. All right, the Ray level 1, I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I apologize. Force a random discard, growing into Akino Rock to bounce one of the Zhao Yun's off of the field. Sorry, it is empty. It is a Lunar Blossom. I had it right the first time. I apologize. So, had a little technical difficulties, so I did not see what ended up getting crushed off of the 2 attacks with the Sita and the Romeo, but the Servant will protect the Larig swing, going back to the Card Jockey turn. Enter charging away a Arc Gwyn. See the grow into Lion 2, paying out the same... Oh, no, going for the PRJ map instead. See Lancelot played and paid for, removing the Sita, another Lancelot will be played, more than likely going to remove that Romeo. Yes, indeed, we see the Romeo getting removed, opening up 3 lanes, 4 attacks, potentially 4 unanswered damage here. We see Zhao Yun go in. That is a Hera. Hera can't do anything about this board. We see a Tobiel. Tobiel is more than likely going to be getting rid of that remaining standing Lancelot. Lorig swing with Lion. Does he have the Servant? Indeed he does. Damage prevented. So now with that, it is back to No Limit's turn. See, grow into Hirana 2. Hirana now with No Limit at level 2. They do have... Here comes a Deafening Inferno to get rid of the Zhao Yun, so that way other resources... since Signy cannot target it that are level 2 and lower. Seen enter paid for to grow into. To grow into Empty Blade. Empty Blade forcing more discards out of the card jockey hand. Unfortunately, I'll only leave them with 1 card remaining. Looks like they got rid of a Servant and a Lancelot, which is quite unfortunate. Meaning more than likely this Lorig attack is going to go unanswered in terms of guarding. We'll see a Hera played, an interesting choice, unless you're running mono red, since Lancelot is honestly a better option. But if you are running mono red, Hera does not matter, since it is effectively the same card and on attack versus on play. So if your opponent does end up doing something like, for example, Nova Chopper, if the target meets the condition, you can just get rid of it anyways. We see a C2H2. You can pay, as an action, you can just pay 3, sack it, in order to get rid of a field card with 12k or less on the field. Interesting choice in a sense, maybe just to get rid of level 3s that you normally can't get rid of. Or it's more than likely being used for the life burst. Either way, an interesting selection here. We do see the full field for... We do see a full red field for Hera, so it's not going to be much of an issue in the case that Hera does that. We see Mirage come out for Wolf, bit different from our card jockey matchups today. Mirage giving everything on your field plus 5k. The Hera no longer able to target the Lancelot with its on attack ability, meaning that Hera is basically a dead swing. We see 2 bursts. One was a Osage Tsune, one was a Good Dig, still pondering the Good Dig. We're going to see a Zhao Yun get added to hand off of the Good Dig life burst. Still attacking with the Hera, just in case there isn't a Servant in hand for the card jockey player, to where that Hera can be removed from a vanish or get rid of upswing. We see a Haniel pop out of the life burst. Haniel is going to go top 3, look for a card.
And now it is the Lion player's turn. Lion going into their level 3 turn, a little behind on Life Cloth, but that's just due to the natural aggressive nature of No Limit as a whole, constantly wanting to push face in, constantly wanting to clear your board. We'll see the Lion level 3 pop out here. Digging top 4, see if we can get any level 1s and 2s out of the deck, or the level 3s needed to continue the game plan. We still haven't seen any of the grows for Love It here. So more than likely be seeing those this turn, just to try and clear board, just to try and guarantee trying to push No Limit down to a manageable number to where he can end the game here. Although with No Limit still having access to Akino's level 2, any of Akino's level 2 options that we have not seen yet, is entirely possible that some of that could be stopped short. We do see the scratch pop out. Scratch is targeting the C2H2. C2H2 is no longer here. We see the endless punchline come out. So we are going to see the endless punchline this turn. Hopefully there's enough in the lottery selection of what's in deck to be able to get 3 attacks in. Although looking between what I have seen in Trash and what I see in Enter, that seems to be a relatively low number of spells in level 3, so the odds of seeing that is going to be low. There's another spell, Deafening Inferno. Probably going to be getting rid of the Hera in center. Looks like we still have 6 Enter available for Card Jockey, which means if they are running Crossfade, they will have the Enter to pay for the Crush a Life Burst, to Crush a Life Cloth right off the bat. We'll see PRJ Map come out, start the guard tax on No Limit. No Limit has to get rid of this PRJ Map in order to be able to more so easily guard against the potentially 3 attacks coming out of Lion. Otherwise, they're going to have to pay 2 Enter, which really per attack, otherwise, and that's not really helpful for them as a whole. PRJ Map will add a Gawain 2-hand, nothing else, since I guess there was not a spell in those top 3, or opting to leave the spells in deck for a better chance at hitting 3 attacks for Endless Punchline. Gawain gets played. Looks like we're going into attacks here. Nothing really much that Card Jockey needs or wants to do here. Is No Limit going to answer the PRJ map, or are they going to answer the 2 open lanes? They could more than likely afford to answer the open. They would probably want to answer the open lanes more, because if Card Jockey does reveal a 3, that is going to be 5 damage regardless, unless there is an abundance of servants in their hand. So we're growing into Akino Bye Bye. Akino Bye Bye is going to return PRJ Map to hand. Okay, interesting. Looks like opting just to take the Enter hits anyways. Leave the Romail as an open slot, or take the burst hits anyways, maybe get a life burst, or banking on a life burst. We see a Xeno Cluster just to get the draw, probably looking for servants here, does not have any servants in hand. We'll see Gawain swing, life burst trigger is going to be a servant. Does he have a servant to block at least one of the Endless Punchline, or the upcoming Endless Punchline? So he's going to grab a servant off of the servant. Lancelot, swing in again. Oh, well, never mind. We're still looks like we're debating. Oh, he accidentally put the Romeo into his trash. Unfortunate. Lancelot's going to swing in. Lancelot's going to swing in. Looks like we see a Deafening Inferno burst. Deafening Inferno isn't going to do anything here. Card Jockey swinging in with Lion. Here comes the RNGesus. Offering any fancy cuts. Let the opponent decide their fate. And we see an Arc Gwyn. That is 3 attacks coming in to No Limit. Does No Limit have enough servants to block all of, if not most of those attacks? We know of the one that we saw off of the Servant Life Burst. Does he have another or potentially 3 to block them all? So he's going to take 1. Second attack, he's going to take the second attack. We're going to see Folklore. Folklore not doing anything here, but the draw is nice. Is he going to let this go through? He's going to use the Servant. Should honestly use the Servant here. Otherwise, it is going to put him at any attack kills situation, given that after this turn, Card Jockey will more than likely be doing their once per game, which is going to hurt. He's going to let it go through. Didn't quite catch what that was burst, but now No Limit has no life cloth available to them. They're out of defenses since they've already used Akino Rock, Akino Bye Bye, and their level 2 Ray. Only thing they can do is attempt to go for game here, going into Hirana 3 and trying to push for Glory Grow. No Limit in a bit of a predicament here. They have to clear this board, and they have to win this turn. Otherwise, it is lethal. Otherwise, their game is as good as over. So we're going to see Rose Quartz getting rid of the Gawain. Deafening Infernoing away the Lancelot on field, the entire field now being opened up to free damage. Fortunately, Card Jockey does seem to have 3 life cloth left, if I can see that correctly. 3 or 2. I want to hope that they have 3, otherwise this is going to be yikes for them. You see a Sita, a Hera, Rose Quartz. If that is 2, I believe this is lethal, depending on what their level 2 Love It option is. See the rise for Nobunaga. Nobunaga's double crush ability is going to be paid for here, meaning Nobunaga is going to get in there, get as much life cloth out as she possibly can for this. If that is indeed the remaining 2 life cloth that Card Jockey has, this is game. If this is 3, we're banking on seeing a life burst to stop the other 2 Signy attacks, since they cannot guard. We see Love It. We see Love It Crossfade played here to vanish off the Nobunaga looks like he accidentally went to go pay for the cost to crush an opponent's life cloth. Those don't exist, so no need to pay that cost. So this life burst here has to stop the Rose Quartz if this is indeed two. This does stop Rose Quartz in its tracks so long as he can field something out of those three in front of Rose Quartz, since Hirana cannot kill off of the double crush. So this is huge for Card Jockey, seeing good dig in this slot. We see did I almost say Athena? Sorry. We see Arkwin as the potential pick. Is that what's going to stick? It does look like the Arkwin is what's going to stick, stopping Rose Quartz from getting rid of that last life cloth. So now this Hirana attack only takes out that one life weight. Oh, we see the Servant for the burn, and then so there was the once per game activated here. See the Servant for the burn, Deafening Inferno coming out of the life cloth for the unguardable double crush from Hirana. And Card Jockey takes the win here. With a fantastic way to end the game with a lucky good dig to prevent doom. So we will have that Card Jockey deck in the finals, since this is round 6. Next round will be the last round of the tournament. I'm going to look over and see if if table 1 is still playing, and see if we can get in on some of that match. See if we can catch the tail end of it. So it does look like we still have a little bit of this match going on. We see Magica Diagram versus Hirana No Limit. It looks like it being the Magica player's turn for play here. Magica debating on what to do in this case. We see they have a Zirconium, Gagil, and Hijikata out versus what looks like an easily breakable board. It does look like Hirana has gone through both of their pieces. Oops. It does look like Hirana has gone through both of their pieces. It does look like Madoka has gone through both of theirs as well. So we are down to just, can we clear the field? Or we are down to, can we just clear? We're going straight to attacks. Gagil is going to draw and discard a card off of attack. Lancelot is vanished. Zirconium's going... Now, do we see Zirconium or Hijikata here? Hijikata's effect should be active if there was already a discard earlier. Is either 10k and can get the vanish. Looks like we get the have enough discard For the forced discard as well, Madoka is going to swing in, get that life burst crush here. Deafening Inferno isn't going to do anything in this regard. So go back to the no limit player's turn. Only having 2 cards in hand to work with, can't really get anything else unless he has the ability to draw cards off of anything that's in his hand. Unfortunately, if he's unable to do that, this is looking to be game for... This is looking to be game for Hirana, as they are unable to answer anything else that their opponent can do. It seems that we did not have the level 2 grow yet for Akino. Akino going to return Hijikata to hand, pay the extra to get a servant to hand, probably to have an attacker or a way to survive in the case that the Madoka player cannot force that servant out of hand the next turn if Hirana only chooses to field 2 cards this turn. So we'll see what happens here. Hirana's once per game has been chosen to be activated. Hirana's once per... So this burn damage will have to be answered by a servant and another servant for the Lurig attack, forcing Madoka to have 2 servants in hand. To their 2 life cloth, we see a Zhao Yun, a servant, and a Lancelot played just to fill the field. So it looks like we're foregoing keeping the servant in hand and forcing the field to be dealt with before anything can be done. We see the grow into Sangha. Seems we're having a bit of technical difficulties, but we do see the grow into Sangha. That will prevent any that does have the cost to prevent the next damage dealt by dealt by the opponent. So we see Zhao Yun getting vanished. Will he pay the cost to prevent the next damage to be dealt? Unfortunately, I don't think that'll happen. I do not think there is enough green in his enter to pay for that, because if I remember correctly, it does require needing to enter. So we see Hirana swing in. Does the burn go through? Burn does not go through. Does the Lurig attack go through? The Lurig attack does not go through. So now comes the moment of truth. Hirana has no cards in hand. Can 2 slots be opened up on the field, or is there a way for the Hirana player to come out of this alive? All depends on what that last cloth is. If it's a servant and they're unable, and Madoka is unable to clear the 2 remaining slots, No Limit does survive. If it is not a servant, then unfortunately that's will be game for the Hirana player. See, Hijikata played. An on-play draw discard. Hijikata is now 10k. If we can get another discard in, or if we can get another discard in, that Hijikata can clear any servants that are in hand. So if, for instance, the card in the left-hand slot of the Madoka player does reveal a servant. Oh, we don't see it, therefore it is game. Madoka winning out versus Hirana. So it looks like our finals today will be Madoka Diagram versus Lion Card Jockey. Don't go anywhere, folks. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break here before we get ready for the final round. As always, please subscribe and follow to the Carta Magica channel. Any little bit helps us out tremendously. And if you're in the market for some more sealed product to get your hands on, start cracking. This weekend and this weekend only, enjoy 10% off all sealed Wixoss products and pre-order from cartamagicOttawa.com. And if you buy $150 or more worth of product, enjoy free shipping on that as well. Once again, we're going to take a quick break here while we wait for the final round. So don't go anywhere. Stick around to see the conclusion of such an exciting event. And here we are, folks, with the final round of the Wixoss North America Spring Ceremony hosted by Carta Magica. Our finals today, we have Card Jockey No Limit versus Magica Diagram. Card Jockey No Limit? I'm so sorry. Card Jockey Lion versus Diagram Magica. There we go. You can tell it's been a long day. But nonetheless, we have an exciting match here today. We see which one of these two decks will reign supreme in the first major ceremony for the English side of Wixoss. All players have opened. Looks like Magica is going first, enter charging a Zirconium, growing into Magica level 1. Playing a Neon Tetra and a Imp. Neon Tetra is not going to do much going first, since it needs to see a target to freeze, but that's fine. It is a 3k body. It will suffice to block damage. Imp's more likely going to stay on the field in the case of Romeo's, since it's 5k versus 3k. See an Arcwind charged away for Card Jockey, growing into Lion level 1. And into Wolf Laser. Laser's going to let them get 2 enter off the top 5 cards of their deck. Great for filtering out for the Endless Punchline turn. See a Gawain charged away and a Zhao Yun charged away. Everything else going back to the bottom of deck. Zhao Yun placed in center. Going to attack phase here. Interesting indeed. So we see Random Drain popping out. It's going to at least freeze the Zhao Yun. Force a discard at random, which is fine in this instance. Not discarding at random, discarding at choice. Seeing an Osagi Tsune discarded. Larig swing. Do we have the servant? No, we're just going to let it go through into a green gas. Now back to the Magica player. They do have both of their options available, so they don't need to replay anything, but we'll see the Imp get charged away for both the blue and black enter needed. Grow into Magica level 2, paying out Zirconium. We'll see Regalicus played, draw and ditch. Hijikata will see the 1 card discarded already. So it'll be 10k. We'll see another Regalicus played, draw and ditch. When Hijikata vanishes this Zhao Yun now. The Zhao Yun will go, the Zhao Yun, the opponent will now have to discard at random off of Hijikata unless the Hijikata can deal with what is going on. Or I'm sorry, unless the Card Jockey can deal with what's going on. So we'll see the grow into Sangha. The Sangha will present the Hijikatsu 2-have Lancer, so we're also going to get damage in there on top of seeing the forced discard for Hijikatsu. Hijikatsu is going to go in. The discard effect's going to happen first. Discard at random. Lancelot gets discarded off of the random discard. And now the Life Burst Crush. Do we see any burst? No, we just see a Zhao Yun. Now Regalicus is going to swing in. Do we see a Life Burst here? Nope, just see an Athena. Swing 3. What do we see? Only thing we can get off of the Arcwin is a draw from the Life Burst and then the Lurg attack. Do we have the Servant to block this damage, or are we going to take 4 unanswered damage? Yes, we see the Servant. Now back to Lion. 3 cards in hand, 4 Life Cloth. Plenty of Enter to work with. We'll see a charge of Good Dig growing into Lion 2. Probably preparing for the turn that Magica goes for Salvage the Future, since Card Jockey knows that Salvage the Future can disrupt the game plan of setting their deck up with nothing but spells and level 3s. So at this point, Card Jockey does want to try and pay out any level 2 spells, level 3 cards in their Enter in order to be able to make sure enough of those types of cards go in to not whiff so hard. On the turn, they go for Endless Punchline. Go for paying for Good Dig. So we'll see Good Dig paying out Athena and a Good Dig. Going top 7 can add any 2 cards. Ideally want to grab level 1s and 2s here, leaving any level 3s to go back in your deck. See Haniel going to add a card to hand, preferably again level 2s. We see Lancelot pop out, going to be able to get rid of should be able to get rid of either one of those Regalicus. Yep, we'll see one of them get vanished away. We see a Gawain placed in the remaining open slot. Easily can power over a 3k unless it decides to leave it. We're going to see Deafening Inferno for the last Regalicus, leaving an open slot. Magica at level 2 can answer with either of their level 2 grows if able. We'll see a grow into Magica splits. Magica splits. Magica splits, giving neg 10k to one of the Lancelots, getting it off the field. And does he want to pay the extra enter to get rid of another thing off of the field? Looks like he is going for it. So we'll see another 8k, neg 8k given to the other Lancelot on his field. Meaning this is now only going to be 2 potential damages. We see Zirconium. Noble Life Burst on that. Lurig swing. Do we have the Servant or do we take the damage here? Looks like a little bit of turmoil. Might be thinking about it. Yep, goes for the Servant and back to Magica. Card Jockey only having 1 card in hand isn't going to help them at all in a degree, since Magica decks do tend to have ways to get rid of those cards out of hand. We'll see it. No Neon Tetra enter charged away, grow into Magica Vogue 3. So now what else will we see here? More than likely what the next play would be is a Zirconium, since he does have the enter for the Zirconium. So we see the draw 3, ditch 2. Now, if he does have a Hijikata in play, Hijikata is online, since there were 2 discards this turn, meaning if that Haniel gets vanished, the card jockey can say goodbye to that card in their hand. Seeing a little more turmoil. Looks like we are going to go for Random Drain. Random Drain, he's going to get a draw. And there goes the last card out. And it was a Servant. Get the enter charge refund off of Madoka's once per turn team auto. Looks like it's a Landling this time. Unfortunately, won't be able to pay for any costs such as stuff on Zirconium. But we'll be able to pay for Landling and Dark Energies. If we see them, there is the Landling. There's no real reason to use it, but you can to get rid of that Haniel. Present 3 open lanes yet again. But given that Madoka does have access to its once per game, you don't really want to use that immediately, since you can Madoka once per game, return the Sangha back to the rig deck, which what we're going to see here, and replay, giving the Imp Lancer. So it does not matter in the slightest. This is 3 presented damage on top of the Lurig swing being 4. And we'll see Salvage the Future go into effect. As a reminder, Salvage the Future can disrupt the card jockey game plan depending on how many cards are left in their deck, since it is a mill 15 or a salvage 3. Honestly, the better play for Madoka here would be to go for the mill 15. Again, need to disrupt whatever game plan that card jockey is trying to do with thinning their deck out to fill it with nothing but level 3s and spells to guarantee. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 cards in deck. So a Landling swing plus Lurig swing is going to force a refresh going. So in order to prevent this, actually, I don't think there is a way to prevent this, because even with the Salvage the Future swing, when you take into consideration the fact that that'll be roughly 4 cards in deck left, the draw for turn and the Lion enter on the Lion level 3 is going to force a refresh. So no matter what is happening here, card jockey is going to have a rougher, endless punchline turn. See a little debate going for the Lurig deck here with the Flopsy and Landling out in the open lanes. Does he want to allow him to get the Landling out of his enter zone or enter charge some more? Or does he want to get rid of the Landling and prevent the refresh penalty from happening on this turn? Either way, either option is going to prevent at least 1 damage regardless. So it looks like we see the grow into Love It Crossfade. Crossfade going to vanish off the Landling. So it looks like we're going to avoid the refresh penalty on this turn. And also take one less damage in the process. Flopsy having access to 2 Landlings if needed. May go for the Enter Charge though for the level 2 Sangha needed because of the green for her second ability, since we do know that we are seeing Sangha Strike as the second level 2 for our Magica player. Looks like he will opt to go and add the Lanling to hand instead on attack. Attack goes through. Fortunately, no life burst there. Is just a black saddle. We see the Magica swing. Mill 15 is going to happen. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 cards straight to trash from top of deck. And the Larig swing going through. If memory serves correct, there is no cards in Card Jockey's hand. Does he go for the Haniel here? He will opt to go for the Haniel, since it is a choice of adding to hand or putting onto field. Will he choose to add it to hand, or will he put it on the field so it's already there and potentially try to get more out of his Lion Grow than if he were to leave that last card in deck after draw? So if he has something with an enter ability that can, so if he has something that has like a simple, for example, another Haniel that can on play pay a cost to look at 3 and add cards again, it would probably be wise to refresh your deck, take the loss, and be able to actually get more value out of the Lion enter, since the Lion will only be able to find you 1 card when it enters. So it looks like we're going to end up getting PRJ map to hand. It looks like there's a bit of confusion here, thinking he can just put it to the field. He's only level 2, so he cannot put that PRJ map to field to proc that effect. He needed to see a, excuse me, we needed to see a Haniel in order to be this is unfortunate. This cannot be happening here. Card Jockey is not level 3. PRJ is level 3. So, looks like we have a judge call here for the PRJ play at level, the accidental PRJ play. So we'll be right back until this resolves and see how this concludes. So it looks like the game state was a bit too... So it looks like the game state was indeed reversed. Just simple, put the PRJ back the map, back to the deck, reshuffle, and draw 2 for the turn. So unfortunately Lion will not be able to get to the ideal game plan that they need to want to be able to get as much profit off of this Lion as possible with the check 4. Only be able to add the last card in deck to hand. It's paying the 2 out. Debating on the 2. Paying out a Haniel and a Arc Gwyn. Forcing refresh penalty to now happen. Getting rid of the remaining life cloth left on life cloth left on Card Jockey's field. So now Card Jockey will be sitting at 0 life cloth remaining for their turn. And unfortunately, we do know already that this Card Jockey list is not running Wolf Stream. They are running Wolf Mirage, so they will not be able to regain that last life, regain a life cloth to their deck from their deck. We see an Osagi Tsune being the refresh penalty life cloth taker. Osagi Tsune not having a life burst to be able to proc anyway, so is no loss. We see PRJ map played to the field. Paid 1. Let's see if we can find anything worth playing. Need a spell and a Signy. So we get the spell and the Signy. We see a Yaikiri added for the Signy. With the Harmony, downing a red Larig, and benefits when you guard. And with on-attack abilities to add guards to hand. So this will be how... So for as long as these Yaikiris can stay on the field, they will be the only source of way that Card Jockey can live here. Although all Madoka needs to do now is open 1 lane. They open 1 lane on this next turn. That is game, and we will have Madoka winning the entire event here. We see Deafening Inferno played out, getting rid of Imp. Since Flopsy is a little bit too high powered to target, Flopsy being at 12k, Deafening Inferno can only get rid of the Imp here. See another PRJ basically telling the opponent you have to present. You have to pay 4 now to guard every single one of my Larig attacks. So in the case they're unable to, that is unanswered damage they are taking. And given the fact that they still need, that diagram still needs to grow into Sanga's level 2 to have full access to their limit abilities. May choose to not. He is at a 4 life cloth lead and may bank on just having servant, or may bank on just being able to live out of these, bank on not seeing a 3 on the top of deck, but ideally need to get rid of one of those PRJs to at least be able to servant against 1 or more of the Lion attacks. A little decision making here for Card Jockey. adding those those cards off of the good dig. So we'll see the grow into Wolf Mirage. Wolf Mirage will boost the powers of PRJ maps. Play a Gawain to the side. Endless Punchline. Here we go. We're going to attempt to try and get game here, it looks like. Now the real question is, will we see game here? Since Sangha Strike does vanish a target Signy, getting rid of the PRJ map, the correct pick to get rid of. So at most, Magica is going to be put down to 0 life cloth if everything goes through. PRJ map's going to swing in. That goes to a ZRO2. Card Jockey swinging in here. What do we see off the top? Seven off the top, and we see a level 1. Card Jockey only getting 1 in, taking it anyways. Don't need to guard 1 damage. Random Drain is going to force a discard. And a freeze of PRJ map. Since the discard happens, we get an enter charge off of the Magica. Now the Magica's turn. Now, ideally, this is game. All he needs to do is put a Signy in center, swing. There's no life cloth saving. There is no life cloth to save Card Jockey from with the unknown knowledge of what that last piece could be from the Magica player. Trying to be careful because it could be an attack phase piece to allow him to vanish the center Signy from play. We'll see Chime of the Blessed Key, for those of you familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! Graceful Charity. For a draw 3, discard 2 off of the effect. Trying to see if we can get a little more guaranteed damage in here in a sense. See Landling getting rid of the Gawain since the trash requirement has been met. Another neg 10k to the PRJ. Carta is going to get in there, being able to vanish the PRJ since it is now over and sitting at 10k, forcing a random discard as well. And I believe this board is indeed lethal. PRJ does get vanished. Discard at random happens. The Ikiri and game swing with Landling milling 5 off of deck. And there you have it, folks. Magica Diagram takes it all the way, placing first for the first North American spring ceremony hosted by Carta Magica. So, there it is, folks. I hope you have enjoyed watching the excitement that has happened today. I appreciate everyone who has stuck around until the end to view such a fantastic event. Once again, before I forget, if you haven't already, please feel free to check out Carta Magica Twitch by subscribing or following the channel. Any little bit helps them out greatly. And once again, they are currently running a promotion for this entire weekend in celebration of the ceremony. 10% off of all sealed product and pre-orders for the remainder of the weekend at cartamagicaaottawa.com with additional free shipping to any orders of $150 worth of product. So if you're in the need of some product, check them out. They've got fantastic prices, and enjoy another 10% off of those products just for this weekend only. Once again, I'm Hellfire. I've been your commentator for today. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for dealing with me and my little slip-ups every now and then. I appreciate everybody being here. And for my own personal plug, I will have an article on this after official posts have been made. So you can check that out on my blog. I will link it in the Twitch chat again. And